evolution of any brain.
Right. That's right. So consciousness, as Deepak says, does drive evolution, but in a different way than he says, because he would say consciousness is everything. What I'm saying is that feelings due to consciousness, due to these OR events occurring in the universe, are originated life. And I'm not saying that Darwin was wrong. I think Darwin was just incomplete. Darwin didn't consider the origin of life. And I think the random mutation business only goes so far. I mean, the selfish gene idea of Richard Dawkins, why would a gene want to or need to promote its survival? The want and need are feelings, and without feelings, what's the motivation? Just survival for what? It doesn't really make any sense. So I'm questioning. So rather than parallel universes, we have one serial universe that is reborn every, I don't even know how many years. But and they claim evidence. His collaborator, an Armenian astronomer, Gurdjian, claims that they see these concentric rings in the cosmic microwave background. That's a supernova from the previous eon that's imprinted in the Big Bang. And the Big Bang didn't come from a single point. The way Roger described it, it's more like a brush fire from a surface that has grown into the present eon of our universe. So one universe, serial eons. That's the current thinking that I think makes sense.
In other words, time is infinite.
Well, the universe is infinite in time, and the idea that the Big Bang started everything would be wrong, that it goes all the way back. So, yes, time would be infinite, and the origin of the universe is infinitely in the past.
But I presume by that space is not necessarily infinite.
Space is, I think that's correct, but then you have to say, well, what is it infinite? What is it finite in?
Yeah.
So that one I'm going to defer to Roger.
Yeah, I mean, just look forward in the dangers of e-personality. If he's an introvert, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process. What's the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates?
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Data much before scientists came. We talk about novel testable predictions. Puranas have these for the longest. The Puranic sages have been claiming for the longest.
I don't hear the volume through the YouTube.
And they have given,
sorry, it was muted.
30 seconds.
It should be coming through.
They have given novel testable predictions, and finally, in 2018, 2020, we are finally coming to modern science is finally coming to accept what Puranas are saying about these dates. Somebody may say, maybe they guessed it. The probability of guessing these dates is equal to somebody winning 30 lotteries in a row. Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. But is it
realistic?
Is it realistic? I'm not sure.
Thank you very much. we will kick it over to our atheist guests, who will be giving their opening statement before we go into the open discussion portion. So, Tom Jump and Jim Majors, glad to have you back, and the floor is all yours.
Awesome. I'll jump in and start. So what he mentioned at the end there was that if someone guessed all of these was correct, that would be equivalent to winning 30 lotteries in a row. Now that would be correct if these guesses were just exactly the number of guesses. I think they made 3 predictions there. So if you guessed these 3 things and nothing else, then that would be correct. But if you make 1 billion guesses and you just happen to get these prior to the extinctions he mentioned, and after what happened at the origin of the Earth, are there people in these stories, human beings that exist prior to 200,000 years ago? Because if so, then the Piranhas probably got every single one of those wrong up until this point, which means it made about 1 billion wrong guesses, and it happened to get some dates right. Well, that's nice, but that doesn't actually indicate Krishna. That indicates somebody made a bunch of guesses and got a few right and a whole bunch of them wrong. And so that would show he doesn't actually have evidence to indicate Krishna. Secondly, I'd like to ask him about that consensus he mentioned. He mentioned that there is this consensus of these dates that were accepted by all scholars, except his dates seem to be a little different than the ones accepted by all scholars for some reason. Like those don't seem to be the same. It seems like his are off by a factor of 2, if I remember correctly. So it'll be strange to see that why his numbers disagree with the consensus of scholars of every other field, as far as I can tell, and somehow they're off by a factor of 2, and why his numbers fit while the others don't, when everyone else says their numbers fit and his don't. I don't get it, but we'll find that out during the question. Now I'll go over to Jim.
Sorry. Yeah, I agree with everything.
Okay.
Everything T-Jump said. It's the only thing that I really agreed with from the.
Hey, okay. Sorry about that. That was a bit challenging in terms of getting all that ready, but hopefully that somewhat got the point across of what the rebuttal was. So welcome to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. Thank you so much to those joining in the audience. We're really looking forward to the show today. We've had some interesting developments, including a fun time we had earlier helping a friend of ours with live streaming. So I'll hand it over to Doooovid for the introductions.
Yeah, so I didn't know that was going to be, but that's actually a friend of mine, Siddharth, who I went to school together in University of Michigan. You'll see on the Doooovid channel, we'll play the opening chant to Hare Krishna's Siddharth on, while he was at University of Michigan. And we were chanting Hare Krishna in the public square together, and I have it on my YouTube. And so I saw, I think somehow I saw someone on Facebook I've known, or someone shared the debate, probably Siddharth himself, although I don't think we're currently friends on Facebook, just because Facebook is kind of ephemeral anyways, but I saw the debate and that he was in it, and I was shocked. And I say he even written a book, and ironically, this just came in the mail like as the show was starting. I ordered it like 3 days ago. The Big Bang and the Sages, Modern Science catches up with the ancient Purana. Siddhartha Chabra and Madhavendra Puridas. And so I know this man quite well. Like, in fact, when he was first joining ISKCON, I was one of the members of the Bhakti Yoga Society at University of Michigan. So we had spoken many hours. And this was a smart student who was in a PhD program at University of Michigan, computer programming. And we're going to talk about the debate. And unfortunately, we'll be a little bit harsh because it's a debate and like the approach he took. But we wanted to open up with that. And pretty exciting week. Me and Jennifer were on our regular Monday live program, and they're older gentlemen, and you'll see what role me and Jennifer play in that, and maybe we'll be referring in Jerusalem is an honor for me. And I have my regular topic. Quite a few books this week. I got a lot of research done, and so with that, maybe say Jennifer, if she wants to give a quick overview, and then I was hoping she would be able to play that clip of maybe the first 2 minutes of that clip of Siddharth, and another man who ended up becoming a great devotee, a University of Michigan alumni in computer science that's capable of making large sums of money, and they'll get their tech together. And I say, like, it's really easy to make money off of this, and I know a lot of people who do. I mean, specifically like Hare Krishna temples. Like, there's hundreds of people I go to temple with that do IT, and that. So if you want to, I guess, play the clip, and then I'll hand it over to you. And,
Sounds great.
So Jennifer isn't aware, but you'll see this is Siddharth, the same man in the debate on modern day debates, who went to University of Michigan
Oh
with
wow, small
Doooovid,
world, eh?
like 7 years ago, and used to chant Hare Krishna in the public square.
Yeah, interestingly enough, volunteering and things like that, and he decided it might be a good topic for a stream. So maybe that's something to look forward to in the future. And it will go over to the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, Haranam Hare Krishna presentation.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Power of
Hare
chanting.
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa.
looks like it's about wrapping up. I guess we can get back to the show.
Yeah, so when I was in University of Michigan, I enjoyed doing Harinam between classes, and so we even had a society, and that woman there wasn't a student, but the Natabara Granga Das and Siddhari Das were students. That woman came out just specifically to sing with us during the Harinam from Metro Detroit, and we did that hundreds of times. Chanting works, it's powerful, just to see that that guy I went to school with and chanted with is now in modern day debates, and he had a good PowerPoint. They have their own channel. I'll find it and put it in the link, and he has PowerPoints, and I say his new book that just came out, and I commend his work, saying like it could be better, and we'll talk about that, especially in terms of the debate. Did you actually have a chance to watch the debate?
Yeah, I caught the first part of it. I don't know that I stuck around till the very end because it seems.
You don't know or not? I'm saying you like. I mean, I watched the whole thing. You're saying you either did or you didn't.
Well, do you count the questions at the end as part of the debate?
Well, I mean,
did
the
see
whole
the
thing.
formal part, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we talk about the whole structure. I mean, you want to go straight into that, or is there anything else? Is that man the Jewish author coming on? Or do we have any guests lined up? I didn't reach out to anyone.
Well, I sent the link to the gentleman who came on last week. He was calling himself white male or something. Something.
Oh, okay.
Average white male or something. And also the gentleman who has a theory called spiral, I think, which he is trying to do like a theological reconciliation with cosmology. I've given him the link, so hopefully he'll be able to hop on. And also, yeah, we'll just I sent the link to Zachary Miller, even though I suggested he come on next week, but he might jump on because he has the link now. Because apparently I don't know how to use Twitter, and I just send links to people randomly. But yeah, it should be exciting because I'm just sort of interested to learn about his. Oh yeah, he's actually here. Because it's just really cool to talk to people who are basically interested in the same things. Hi, Roger. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what? I have to plug in my camera here, but I have the audio, and you guys are looking great.
Oh,
so let's see where this thing goes here.
Very nice to meet you. I've told my streaming partner Doovid all about you, but I'll formally introduce you. Roger Perlman, this is Doovid.
Okay, you know what? I just unplugged the one thing. 1 second. Okay.
So we met on Dr. Brian Keating's live stream, I believe. And there's not too many people in the live chat, so it's actually a pretty nice setup, so you can talk to people and exchange ideas. So I've started checking out some of those streams, and they're quite nice.
Okay.
I skimmed through your book's very nice. I'm a civil engineer, background in physics. I love Torah and Kabbalah and mysticism, and also Hinduism. In fact, we were going to talk at length about this recent debate on this debating channel about a person trying to scientifically prove that the Vedic scriptures are true. But
it was the Puranas.
Yeah, and we talked to Gerald Schroeder the other week on this program we're working together with in Jerusalem, Root and Branch, and your work seemed quite interesting. So definitely Jennifer definitely knows physics more than me, but I'm sure I know the Torah probably better than her.
Well, you probably know a lot. I think I just kind of use the basics, and it seemed to all add up using my auditing background in accounting. But I'd actually, Dr. Schroeder, he offered to give me some peer review, or if I got stuck, and I do reference him at least once in my work. But you know what? I have to reboot my computer to get the visual. So, keep going on without me for a couple of minutes, and I'll be back in. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, sure.
The camera working? All right. Okay, so take a minute.
Okay, so maybe we'll put off talking about the Vedic debate because that might actually take a while. And I think the main problem,
Yeah.
And we'll analyze, this gentleman's book, which was very interesting too, and it's a question of, why I'm promoting my theory. I call it the multiple truth hypothesis. But how do you empirically lay out a framework? So, certainly, Mr. Portman's attempting to do that with quite a scholarly attempt that are an advancement, I would say, on some of the work of Professor Schroeder that is looking at more of the evidence of what's believed to be the Big Bang and tying that more in with cosmology. Although it's interesting because we talk about the debate, the Vedic debate, that I tell Jennifer we focus more on consciousness, and even told Professor Schroeder that consciousness and cosmology are related, but on a practical level, consciousness is much more important than cosmology.
Yeah, do you believe the universe is aware? And to some degree, the universe has awareness, or like a giant brain of some sort?
Well, if you ask somebody, like, do you care whether it was the 6 days of creation or the Big Bang? And you could say, like, well, 99 of 100 people don't really care. Does it really matter to them? And it's like, no. But if you asked a person, do they care about their own consciousness? You think even the retarded person would probably be able to have a discussion about their own consciousness.
Okay.
And in terms of proving God, a cosmological argument to me is weaker than argument on consciousness, because your consciousness is direct in saying this thing that you have that is consciousness that comes from God. It doesn't come from the material realm, and you can put the burden of the proof back on the person to say, do you really think that what you think is consciousness comes from the material realm, and then disprove that, and leaving that well, therefore consciousness comes from the spiritual realm. So I think, from my experience, it's much more practical, direct, useful. Although scientifically, obviously, cosmology is one of the most studied, respected disciplines.
Right. Yeah. So, I'm sure you've talked about it before, but there are different levels of consciousness, I assume. Like animals have consciousness. Plants, apparently, they can be aware of what's going on around them through chemical signals. So, in a way, they're conscious if they are in chemical war with their plant neighbors for territory. So, plants are aware of the sun, the warmth. So, they have some kind of chemical awareness, not like an animal, and not like an animal, maybe not like a human, who have the ability to be aware or live in denial, I would think. But anyway, should I try to get the, sorry?
I was just going to ask you, like, maybe what motivated you to go in this path of study?
I was always very, from a very young age. Did you ever see Ben Stein's Expelled, the video with Ben Stein? It's a movie about intelligent design expelled, how bringing up intelligent design has been blacklisted from the
I do think I saw that. I definitely familiar with the advertisements. I think I actually saw that, and I'm a proponent of. I'm not necessarily a proponent of intelligent design, more as a critic of evolution.
Well, one of the scenes in there is something that happened to me in 8th grade biology. I said, well, and where did that come from? And she said, and then the science teacher happened to be a secular, Jewish, but not very nice. And I went to a Hebrew day school. So we grew up, with faith, that the word of God, Torah, but, different people, university, and PhD in from BU, but I was in philosophy. So, and where did that come? So finally, you can't go back anymore and have a high probability answer. Like, where did the initial, if you believe in an initial singularity, where did that come from? And if you say there's no thought, especially if it's something physical, it's working against entropy. So the deeper the time, the bigger the claim in my, from my limited perspective. So that was one of the things that interested me. That okay.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, I was going to say the apparent lowering of entropy is actually one of the hard. I think that's what's hard about figuring these problems out. I think that's what makes figuring out life hard, because it
Mhm.
appears to decrease entropy because there's an ordering process to life. Because living matter is significantly more ordered than non-living matter. Like there's symmetries and stuff. So
Okay.
you were inspired basically at some point in school, and you thought you'd go out on your own and try to reconcile the two.
Yeah, I've also been always, in a way, to some degree skeptical, but also I never had too much faith in the experts. Up in an insular Orthodox community where there's not much questioning going on, almost all, and go to McDonald's and that type of thing. So I think I had that type of advantage, because if you grow up in that type of community, once you go out to college or whatever, it's, you've already dealt with most in a lot of different fields. I was a commodity trading advisor for a while, and I became a relative value person. And rather than, it was very popular to be a mechanical trader. So that also, I saw a lot of times where some of the people with the top degrees and the highest IQs, failed, blew up, the bigger, and so
players, no matter how high IQ you are, you can't figure a way out how to sin and get away with it. And the temptation of a normal person is like, oh, there's no way I'm going to be able to sin and get away with it. The higher IQ person is more likely to look in the temptation of, oh, no, I'm going to figure a way how to sin and get away with it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I like to say that the higher the IQ, the bigger the fool, the bigger the self-fool in order to make the mistake. But the higher the IQ you have, the more likely you are, like to rationalize. And, otherwise, why isn't every high IQ person like making millions of dollars in commodity?
That later. And your long-term, short-term memory. AlphaFold discovery might prove relevant to some of the fields you're researching, like that machine learning.
We always go back to axioms. We always ask people, what do you know and how do you know it? And we drill down to their fundamental presumptions. And most fundamental presumptions have flaws. And then we extrapolate the flaws to absurd conclusions to attempt to sort of dissuade people from these incorrect axioms and get them to come back to correct axioms. Because once your axioms are right, you can get to the right answer. But usually people already have something in their head that's sort of sitting on top of where that knowledge should be. So a lot of times it's a matter of sort of deconditioning people. And through trial and error, we've found that Kate in a different way than someone who is just basically making assumptions but not making,
like I said in volume 1, which is a framework, the 6-principle framework, that modern science.
Our listeners have no idea. So just say Mr. Perlman here is I guess you're releasing a 3-volume series of like I don't know how you describe it as an outlook towards a scientific spiritual harmonization of Torah and science.
Yes.
And so you have one book which is theory and in the 13 principles, but you try to deduce Judaism to 6 principles.
Yeah, that's volume 1.
And you have another book which is like historical, where you're tracing the Masorah, the tradition, from the creation of the world till the modern era.
Right, that's volume 3. It's called Torah Discovery Chronology: The Alignment of Ancient Civilization and Torah Testimony.
I've been buying books like those really my whole life. Some of them are not so good, some of them are pretty good. Professor Schroeder is obviously very famous, quite good, and there's a lot of random people that put out such books that really aren't that good. But I usually buy them anyways, because I'm saying that's what me and Jennifer, we're not going for low hanging fruit. We're aiming for the hard problem of consciousness and the synthesis of religion and science.
Right. Well, one of the place where I think that Dr. Schroeder hit the glass ceiling was he only will go by peer-reviewed science. And most peer-reviewed science is inside what I call the confirmation bias reinforced walled box. So talks a little bit what you were just talking about, how you have to go back to the axioms. Modern science is
But ethos. I mean, the Professor Schroeder obviously has a PhD from MIT, and it's really ethos, a call to authority, where you know he was PhD from MIT. You know, like I would even honor to hear a theory that you have without even amassed even like Jennifer, who just has a undergraduate degree in physics, which is quite an accomplishment. But yeah, I mean that's really just a call to ethos, authority.
Right.
But there is some level of expertise in saying, like, can you demonstrate enough expertise that you take a person who hasn't demonstrated expertise, like PhD level study in a field that really, is this quack really going to be providing some insight or going to be solving some mystery that all of these greatest minds at the ivory towers, haven't been able to do. So skepticism is warranted.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'd like to say that the odds of any one person, having I can't even pronounce it, paradigm advance in science, paradigm. Yeah. What would the wording be for that? Paradigm advance in science, or
the conditions for advancing the scientific paradigm.
Like Kuhn, you're talking about like Kuhn's and the theory of scientific revolutions.
Okay, yeah, it's something that really turns the science on its head.
We'll ask you about that later too. That like all of these guys are secular Jews. Like none of these guys are Orthodox Jews who believe in Torah. So you're like Kuhn, Popper, Einstein, Oppenheimer, and like Feynman. Today Wolfram, Lex Friedman, Stephen Wines. None of these guys are Torah believing Jews, but the top Jews in the field of physics. So we'll be curious on your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, yeah, so the odds of any one person advancing the science to such a great extent are like close to zero, even if they, no matter where they are, especially if they're in the box. To me, the box, again, modern science being cumulative, that means it's faith-based in what it builds on. And so that's what you go back to. So, garbage in, garbage out. So even the perfect logic, you start with that faulty premise. So what's the faulty premise I hold of that's holding back the science is deep time dependent dogma doctrine. That's what's holding back the science. Everybody's in this deep time dependent box. So to advance this, there's plenty of gold out there for and gems for the taking if somebody like me can just look outside the box when nobody else is looking for it. So I think that's one of the reasons why, even though it's close to zero and being discounted, it's close to 100%. So when somebody does advance it like me, the chance of somebody discounting me unfairly when I do it is close to 100%.
So do you think you could maybe talk us through your theory to sort of give us an image of it? So what type of universe are you presenting?
Okay, so this would be a lot better with the camera. Well, do you have a copy of that volume 2, the cover picture on that? By any chance, did that show up? I don't know if you saw it's Exhibit A in volume 2. I don't know if you can find that. Exhibit A in volume 2.
Would you be able to share that, Doovid? I've already got you full screened. Possible?
If you look at the table of contents, it'll tell you what page Exhibit A is on. Exhibit A is on.
Yeah, so while Doovid is doing that, very interesting thing is that Roger actually read my theory about cosmological, I don't want to say creation because it's more formation model, but it's actually very interesting because his model and mine have a shared attribute, I think, which is this quantized expansion. And so it'll be really interesting to see the similarities, and also interesting to note that this religious scholar was more amenable to my theory than many secular scholars, which may suggest secularism is actually a bit of a tunnel vision type of thing. If my theory ends up being accepted, which we'll have to see, we may have to actually break into the What were you calling it, Roger?
Which document do you want me to open?
If it says Exhibit A, there's an Exhibit A, B, C, and
I
D.
think I have 3 documents. Is it Distance Straight, Torah Discovery, Moshe Emes? That's what they're called.
Yeah, not Moshe MS.
Torah
Something about
Discovery or Distance Straight?
Distant Starlight in that volume.
Because you're
So I mean, God does not do all. He did multiple things. He multitasks. He's known by maybe one name isn't enough to describe God, from our perspective. But okay, so
I'm going to do a screen share. So
Jan, does your hypothesis, does that align with the Copernican principle that mine does not? And that's one of the reasons why mine's outside of modern cosmology. Modern cosmology, okay.
what page do you see my screen?
If you turn, I believe, turn 1 or 2 more pages, and we'll have a table of contents. That's the Haskama by somebody with a physics background, very good in astronomy, better than I am. Go one more page. Okay, there we go. Now, if you can see, Exhibit D is probably about halfway through the book. Can you see the page on that Exhibit A? Sorry, Exhibit A, it's like 60.
The audience is trying to place your accent, Roger.
Okay, yeah, I had a lisp and I burnt my tongue when I was a kid, kind of like Moses. I don't know if you know the midrash about Moses burning. My middle name is Moses. So, and I had a lazy tongue.
I'm looking at the table of contents, like page 56, Olbert's paradox, 63, spirals, magnetic repulsion. I don't see an exhibit, although
it should be something spiral A.
Spirals.
Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit. It might be under MVP hypothesis that we have.
Maybe search for
MV. Do you see anything there? MVP hypothesis.
MVP.
Yeah, we have the most preferred view. Again,
MVP, like most valuable player.
Yeah, but it really stands for we have a vastly preferred view from our vantage point over any distant vantage point in the universe. And
whatever PDF you sent me.
Okay.
This one I hardly looked at the spiral because it was didn't the star, but I mean
right.
this is the one on the.
You'll get to it soon. If you keep going, you can't miss it because they're like take up the full page. I have 4 of them over the course of 8 pages. You'll get there very soon.
Well, okay, here it is.
Okay, you're getting to one more page.
139 exhibits A through D.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's even in color. Great. Okay, so just pretend this is a sphere, the sphere of the visible universe. The pink or red, that represents cosmological redshift. Overall, the cosmological redshift increases with distance. So those 2 things are very similar to Hubble's view of ongoing cosmic expansion. The difference here is we hold that cosmic expansion ended within 4, by the end of day 4, if you're a scripture person. So that, and if you hold this is year 5,781, like I do, based on my 3rd book in tradition, then 4 over 365 times 5,781, a fraction of history, that hyperinflation, hypercosmic expansion ended with the universe at mature size and density. So we started out, I don't really, I'm okay with the initial singularity, but I really think it was a little bit bigger than that. In a thing called Medrash Tanchuma, the initial size of the universe, it started at the size of the pupil of an eye. And Gerald Schroeder quoted Ramban, Nachmanides, the universe started the size of a mustard seed, which is a little bit smaller than the pupil of an eye. But either way, a hyperdense start to the universe. So that's very much in line with, Big Bang cosmology. Hypercosmic expansion. That's not, that also aligns with Big Bang cosmology and can account for the near black body cosmic microwave background radiation. And so even in the standard model, the entire visible universe, nothing started more distant than 4 billion light years away. Because of and then now they assume it's 46.5 billion light years to the most distant visible irradiation, detectable radiation. Why? Because of the assumption of ongoing cosmic expansion over the assumption of a little bit over 13 billion years. So it's averaging about, distancing from us about a little bit like 3.27, at 3.27 the times the speed of light. Due to not that it's moving at all, really, it's where it is, where we are, but the metric expansion of space is what's causing that distancing. But really, even the standard cosmological model, if there is no ongoing cosmic expansion, the radius of the universe would be no more than 4 billion light years. I estimate it's about 2 billion light years, but I'm fine with up to 4 billion light years. So a much smaller, and with the standard cosmological model, the visible universe, the entire universe is at least 250 times bigger than the visible universe. So I have a much smaller visible universe. Instead of a radius of 46.5 billion, probably 2 billion light years, maximum 4 billion, and that the entire universe approximates the visible universe. Now that little white circle in the middle, that's what I call the inner universe. I for inner, I don't know if you see the I above the X. X is the Earth, Sun, Moon ecliptic, basically. And we're at this, most people agree, we're at the approximate center of the visible universe. So that Y, that radius Y, that's the light year distance to the nearest light that was ever subjected to any type of cosmic expansion. And it should be 1 light year per year elapsed subsequent to the end of cosmic expansion. So I predict it's 5,781. But almost everybody who, again, I'm trying to compare my hypothesis to the current standard model, SCM, standard cosmological model, LCDM, Yamla, dark matter. So that way I'm trying to, focus on, because obviously there are always going to be other hypotheses. So I can't say if mine's better than Jen's or not. I can say that mine's over 150 trillion times more reasonable, assuming a steady straight line entropy, which may, like Ken said, may not be a fair assumption. But even if it's not straight line, we're still talking about billions of times more reasonable a claim than the standard cosmological model is.
There's a friend of the show in the audience who would like to know if you are long Bitcoin. Feel free to not answer. However,
okay, yeah, no, I don't. I tell you, I gave when I retired. When I went on extended sabbatical from trading commodities, I haven't bought a stock. Well, since I was about 16 and started trading options, and then I haven't bought options since I went to futures. I don't. The only thing I don't invest at all. I keep a low budget, low wealth, low stress, just enough to make ends meet. So no.
Well, at least you have enough spare time to work on these theories. So
Yeah, well, you're right. Yeah, so
it sounds like pretty basic. You're just saying, okay, I mean, you're trying to synthesize Torah and physics and the latest
Right.
theories. So you're like, obviously, if light started expanding from the creation, that means light's been expanding for 5,781 years. If the hypothesis of the Torah is true without any you're trying to bend the simple what would make sense.
Right, right. In fact, that's one of the big, I think, that's like kind of like the creation science, young Earth creation community, would
I mean, Jennifer doesn't believe in young Earth creationism. More take like a Vedic Puranic.
Well, one thing I would say is that what actually happens, which is quantum evolution, is more like creationism than evolution. And you can sort of think of them as like two ends of a spectrum. One is something happening ultra slowly and manifesting changes over an ultra long period. And the other one is bam, everything's just there right away. In reality, it's a lot closer to the bang. Everything's just there right away. So in this case, I think it's a case of two things that aren't quite right, but the theological argument is far stronger because a quantum state transition retroactively looks just like creation. And if you look at a diagram, which the people in biology who aren't really scientists can't justify why there's so many quantum state transitions in it, you'll see it's never a gradual change. It's the same exact species, then bam, a new one. Well, what happened? Right?
Okay, I think for example, the Cambrian explosion, right? So yeah, but yeah, so one
exactly.
of the
like, can these evolutionists account for the fact that 90% of animals came into existence at the same time, or within a very short time frame? Can they account for that? I don't think their model accounts for it.
Right. So okay, I think you're right. Is your model time dependent? One of the things why they call, why I would say describe this as the holy grail.
You want to quickly go through Exhibit B, C, and D, so I can end my screen share?
So okay, so like David was saying, one of the big advantages of my model over other creation science models is mine is dependent on the light speed limit of standard light speed. Most people, especially where I have a universe up to 2 billion light years radius, or up to 4 billion light years radius, yet I do hold by a light speed limit of standard light speed. So if you see at the edge of the Y, all the light from up to 4 billion light years, we're seeing the stellar objects when they were at that distance. We're not, so anything beyond 5,781 light years, if my prediction is right, but certainly by the nearest light that's been subjected to cosmic expansion, anything beyond that, we have not had a chance to see its normal light yet. We see it from cosmic inflation expansion day 4. Okay, so let's go through this. So this is a view. We're at X in Exhibit A. We can see basically the entire universe, which approximates the visible universe, because spiral stands for hyperdense protogalactic formation preceded cosmic inflation expansion. Therefore, we would actually predict, rather than just react to, the redshift and the overall increase of that redshift with distance of galaxies and stellar objects, because they were there before the cosmic expansion. So we're seeing their light trails from when they were moving away from us. Where is that not true? If they're within 5,781 light years, everybody agrees within that area, there's no cosmic expansion going on. Whether it's because of localized gravitational bonding, or whether, like I hold, the entire universe has been gravitationally bound since the end of day 4, when it reached equilibrium between the expansion force, which I happen to think are primordial electromagnetic fields. It's what Dr. Keating likes to say, the primordial electromagnetic fields. didn't call them primordial, but I got them I did hold, electromagnetic repulsion. Okay, so let's go to exhibit B. So this is a viewpoint from that yellow thing. So let's say and in these 4 exhibits, we show from almost any point what your view would be. So here you would have the view of everything within y light years, which is only a radius of 5,781, or if you hold that the nearest item subjected is, 500 million or 100 million or 50 million or 100,000, that would be that. But that puts the cap on it because there are other variables like density we'll get into, I get into in the book. So here, this is basically would be a spec, it's not to scale. Let's say that y is 5,781 light years. And this is, let's say, 1 billion light years. It's like halfway between the edge of the universe, the radius of the universe pretty much has a radius of 5,781. So I'd have to do the math to figure out that sphere in relation to the entire visible universe, but it's well under 1%. It's like maybe under 99.99% of the universe will not be visible to them, not even redshifted. The only thing they will see is maybe the light trails from the stars that are even further than they are. Those stars had to leave their trails as they moved out toward the edge of the ones that ended up further out. Are you familiar with the raisin dough analogy, leavening raisin dough analogy? We mentioned in the book. So one of the ways to understand cosmic
expansion, I heard that before, cosmic expansion. Just or the spots on a balloon, or various ways of.
Okay, right, yeah, that's another good one. And I like to think of microwave popcorn kernels in a bag. I call it the Jiffy Pop analogy. But if you have leavening raisin dough, the raisins aren't really moving, but the dough in between them is in causing them to distance. Okay, so the one's in the line between us and the edge of the universe. So in that yellow circle there, which is that viewpoint, there's a good chance they can see the stellar objects that are on the far side of them, in relation to, and where the approximate center where everything expanded from, somewhere in our galaxy, is probably where the expansion came from. So unlike the standard cosmological model, where there's no center in this model spiral, there is a center, and we're not that far from the center. If we weren't near the center, we would not be able to see in all the different directions for over 6,000, over 5,781 light years. Okay, so do you want to go to exhibit C? Okay, so here's a viewpoint from the edge of the universe. And again, they can only see light's only had time to reach them from radius y, which we predict is 5,781 light years. So that's their visible universe. And okay. And so they 99.99 over that percentage of the universe is D for dark. It's see gray instead of red. They cannot see. So that's the MVP. We have a vastly preferred view, a much more preferred view. My mother's initials are MVP, so that's why I like to call it MVP. Plus, I use a lot of the hypotheses, just like football jargon, just to keep. So, all right. So you want to go to exhibit D? okay, here's something where a viewpoint inside of radius y, so they're off center. Depending if they're very close, they should be able to see a lot more. But if they're far enough off center so that all these, when on cosmic inflation expansion day 4, where the hyperdense proto galaxies moved apart, like in that raisin dough analogy, from the center, if those trails don't go back to that point, so they're going to have a very limited, they're not going to be able to see over 99.99% of what we can see of the visible universe, which approximates the entire universe. So that, again, unlike the Copernican principle, modern cosmology assumes the axiom that over long distances, everybody has pretty much the same approximate view. And not the exact same things, but, on average. But we find that's totally not true. And some of the, like, for example, we actually would predict the cosmological redshift of distant starlight and the increase rather than just react to it. And there are several other things that align better with our model. Oh, you want to go to that? That's a comparison of our model versus the standard cosmological model. So that's like an infographic that, just get a good idea of, what we hold compared to the competing hypothesis, which is the current consensus.
Well, very interesting. I'll let Jennifer.
Could you just refresh our memory as to what spiral, because it's an acronym, right?
Right. Yeah. So if you go to the definitions at the beginning of the book, or at the end of the book, we have it at the beginning and at the end. We define that. Okay. So look, the abbreviations. Look at the bottom of that page. The last 3 things.
Spiral, hyperdense protogalactic stellar formations, preceded cosmic inflation expansions. That's SPI. RA, cosmological redshift attest to those stellar objects receding from us during cosmic inflations. LL, lagging light, decreased frequency divided by increased wavelength as that distancing extends their arrival time span. So stellar preceding inflation, redshift attests lagging light.
Yeah, now there's another way to articulate it without the double L, but there's probably somewhere else I have it where I'm able to articulate RAL without the, but that's basically the idea that hyperdense protogalactic formation what preceded the cosmic inflation, or what I like to call hyper cosmic expansion.
We have a quick question. Woodhouse would like to know if this is Kabbalistic.
Not really. I'm a little bit weak on Kabbalah. And I have found some people who found some things in Kabbalah, like there's one Kabbalah, like this famous Rabbi I.A. Kaplan, who's, again, high IQ, pretty brilliant mind. And he found this where they estimate, the guy came up using Kabbalistic something or other, and, the universe is, I don't know, 13 billion or 18 billion years old. And to me, is what I call Purim Torah. Purim, people drink a little bit normally and get a little lighthearted. And to me, it seemed like the guy had like a dream, and people were desperate to reconcile 13.8 billion years with 6-day creation. Now there is.
Let me show this real quick, just so I can end my screen share.
Okay.
And so your other book, your book 1, is kind of like a Seder Doros, and you presume most people here, other than Roger, are not going to Seder Doros.
I would call that book 3. I would say that's book 3, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically
Oh,
his
okay. You know
version
what?
of the history of the world
Okay.
from the
Okay.
book being
So, okay.
built today, and
Okay.
I'm showing the table of contents,
Great.
and
Okay.
then
Yeah. That's
the third volume
Yeah.
is your reduction to axioms, where
Right.
you reduce Judaism to basically 6 principles, which are creation ex nihilo,
Right.
the unity of Hashem, recent creation, complex creation, change in atmosphere, and Torah is accurate testimony.
Right. Yeah. I
Is there
think
anything else you want me to screen share? Could I close this down?
that's up to that's up to you. That's fine. If you want to talk about any of those principles and maybe leave them out up. But yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's okay. So anyway, yeah. So
Well,
that's
keep
volume
up.
one.
I'm just going to end the screen share. So,
That book one and book two, that's part of volume three. In volume three, that chronology, like you said, Seder Hadoros, Seder Olam Rabbah.
Could
So that
you just mute yourself? I see you've joined the stream. Mr. Mail. I see you've joined, but do you mind just muting? Because you've got a bit of background noise. Thanks. Go ahead, Ron.
okay. All right. So yeah. So volume three has 2 books in it. So that may be a little confusing. In that Torah Discovery Chronology, which is also called Bible Chronology, Untying a Knot, also Abraham until the Exodus. So that has 2 books in it. It has Abraham
Your
until
camera's
the Exodus.
actually on, but we can only see the very top of your head. I don't know if you're interested in
Oh, David?
lowering. No, you. I don't know if you're interested in lowering.
You can actually see me?
Because I can see like the very top of your head and just a sliver of
Oh,
your.
really?
There you go.
Oh, really? Because I didn't even know this was on. I thought I might have to turn off the computer to get to that.
yeah, we're not showing you to the audience. We can.
I actually, I just did Doooovid. I just changed it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we also sometimes dabble in debating and psychoanalyzing some pretty sketchy characters. So
Yeah, have fun with me.
you're a grown man and know how to deal with trolls.
Yeah, the camera's just a little low. Now we can just see your shirt.
Okay.
There you go. Nice. That's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be happy to, Reish Lakish disagree. And I talked to Charles Moskowitz, who just wrote a book and is like, now in the spirit of Torah, I will disagree with every single point you just made. But definitely props for using your time to investigate this topic. And I kind of switched to Hinduism. I was in Brooklyn and I love this stuff. I studied physics and I had friends that were into Hinduism and I found it easier working within the Hindu paradigm. Although, before I had studied physics, I basically had thought about the Torah paradigm, and I still do think about it constantly. And so much so that I've advanced what I'm calling the multiple truth hypothesis, which could be saying much more, that maybe conceivably different, inconsistent cosmologies are simultaneously true. That somewhat to play around with truth and what we could know about the material realm to literally hypothesize that multiple truths are simultaneously true, and that could mean that young Earth creationism and old Earth creationism are true at the same time.
Well, I think that was Dr. Carmeli, Moshe Carmeli, another Moses. He's quoted. I think Dr. Schroeder might rely on him. He has that time dilation where 6 days is on Avix and has peer reviewed. He's like an Einstein type of scientist. 6 days is equal to 13.8 billion years using time dilation. I don't rely on that. In fact, if my hypothesis is right, it falsifies all deep time dependent scientific hypotheses and assumptions. So yeah, there could be more than one valid, if you can't falsify somebody's hypothesis and it makes testable predictions that, turn out to be right, or we haven't figured out, sometimes it takes a while to something that is testable to be tested. But if my hypothesis is right, and I think there's a lot of empirical evidence, self-evident that it is, that would falsify all deep time dependent scientific hypotheses and assumptions, which would definitely falsify the Copernican principle that modern cosmology is built on. It would certainly falsify Darwin, neo-Darwin theory. To me, neo-Darwin theory is like a failed hypothesis that's morphed into a faith, religious, doctrine. But that's like a separate issue that I get into that a little bit in book number 1. But I think everybody agrees that without hundreds of millions of years, that neo-Darwin hypothesis doesn't work. You need hundreds of millions of years, or you're just not going to get to here where we are now from there, where it began, like that tree and gradual evolution over deep time without
I'm just wondering, sorry, I just have a quick question. What do you mean by deep time dependence?
Okay, well, by deep time dependence, I mean more time than could have elapsed based on the physical empirical observations.
Well, my theory basically posits that time is, I don't want to use the term relative because that already has a meaning in physics, but basically time is instantiated at the formation event. So if we take our planet, time did not exist for us prior to a certain point in the past, at which point time began. However, time elsewhere in the universe could have become instantiated before, quote unquote, we were instantiated, in the sense, like, there's no objective measure of time. All measures of time are relative to the location in which they were instantiated / created / formed. I don't like to use the term created because a lot of these secular physicists will be very there's certain words that they just don't go for, and I find creation is one of them. So, but I mean, it is, for all intents and purposes, a pretty creation-esque model.
Right. So to me, that sounds like taking Dr. Moshe Carmeli's, time dilation and advancing it to the point where not only is time dilation on a universal level, physical universal level, but localized time, like if something didn't get started till after something else did, then that's an interesting look at it. So here's one. So in volume 2, but maybe in volume 1 too, I talk about it. I call it HTP hypothesis. It stands for heat, time, and pressure. So one of the fellows who used to come to our Torah study class here in Tehachapi, Jewish and Friends, was a geologist, very much into rock hounding. He founded the local Tehachapi Rock and Mineral Club. And he gave some examples of some rocks that were proof of heat, time, and pressure being true in rock formation. So I apply that to my stellar formation. I have HTP, stellar formation hypothesis, where you either increase the heat or the pressure, everything being equal, you can reduce the time. And stellar formation can be almost instantaneous, according to even some scientists I've had some peer review from on ResearchGate under the right conditions. So the example I use in volume 1, the six principle framework, are diamonds. They're natural diamonds, and they're assumed to be, millions, hundreds of millions or whatever years old. They were formed, hundreds of millions of years ago. And then there are manufactured diamonds. Now, the chemical composition, from my understanding, is exactly the same. One of the ways you can tell a manufactured diamond from a natural diamond, the natural diamond will have flaws in it. Certainly during the asteroid impact, for example, the one associated with the great mass dino extinction that I placed during the what I call the marble mixing of the upper and lower waters, the upper water being the asteroids and meteors, whatever. I hope that was during the global flood, so not 66 million years ago, but 4,124 years ago, using my chronology, where Egypt was found in one Sothic cycle about 1,400 years more recently than the consensus. So with those diamonds, the asteroid impact had a lot more energy than any factory manufacturing diamonds does today. So I'm not sure how long it takes to make a manufactured diamond. It might be a minute, it might be a week, it might be a day, but certainly they could have been, that process could have taken, seconds or minutes or days during the global flood of Noah, the catastrophic events associated with the global flood of Noah.
And people will be like, that's crazy. But it's like, I turn around and look at secular science and they're saying it's accretion, which is basically that it forms very slowly over a long period of time.
Now they're talking about diamonds or stars, because their stellar formation theory that's really crazy, because you have this big bang, everything's moving really quick, and then they expect it to, hey, wait, we're going to stop and make stars.
Put the brakes on right now.
Yeah, so that's
Back
another
to
big,
snail's
I
pace.
think, yeah, that's a big benefit of, spiral over the standard model, because if you're going to, let's say you're going to make something that is energy intensive, like tires for cars, you're not going to go manufacture them in everybody's garage, where their car is. You're going to make them in a heavy industrial factory, and then you're going to, send them out. So God made everything when everything was nice and tight, and you had all the heat and pressure you needed for galactic formation. You're going to make it when everything's close together, not when everything's all spread out.
Yeah, it's very strange that they really cling to these theories. So it's sort of, it is reminiscent of a religious belief where it's like basically an unquestionable thing. And yeah, my model predicts a formation on the order of seconds for a star and on the order of hours for a solar system, because you're essentially looking at light speed creation.
Nice. The I've heard like the scientist who was trying to argue against my model. He said there's a presumption in science. I don't know, and to me, science,
that's when the conversation's about to go off the deep end. Oh yeah, I have this presumption of dun dun dun.
He said uniformitarian presumption unless proven otherwise. So if you don't know about every asteroid impact in history, then your model is going to be off. I mean, we now, so before they knew about the asteroid impact, they would have assumed it never happened, and therefore they would have been wrong about a lot of things. So you have to, to have pure science, you'd say, okay, well, maybe something that we know about that we don't know about happened, maybe it didn't happen, but at least you want to consider that, the different possibilities until you can narrow it down and have, so it's almost like they don't even want to know that they don't know about some things.
It's a real shame, because I think at the end of the day, they don't really have I don't know what you want to call it, a meta perspective or like a unified, cogent model of what's actually going on. It's just disparate theories. And that's a real shame, because I think when you have that unifying narrative, it's very compelling.
Right.
I don't think it needs to be as complicated as they're making it. And I think that, we should push this farther, because I think it would improve things for everybody.
Yeah. A lot of the scientific disciplines, I think they don't take the context from the other ones. Things aren't in a vacuum, like biology and chemistry and physics. They're not living in a vacuum. For context, if you want to have a hypothesis that works, it can't work just in one of those and then contradict everything that is observable and empirical in the other one. So
I think a mistake that they make now is that they're trying to figure out what happened right after the Big Bang, and they're not questioning they're not questioning their own assumptions about the Big Bang, so they can't push through that, like you call it, a glass ceiling. So I think they're making actually, Doooovid, just to bring this to the subject you mentioned before, I think they're making the same fallacy essentially as the Puranic defenders on the modern day debate, is that they're trying to cherry pick in order to justify a pre-existing conclusion rather than altering the conclusion to suit the data.
Yeah, and Roger, just to make it clear, this isn't probably the best venue for you to get out your theories. This is Week in Review, where we do meta-analysis, talk with streamers, try to set up other shows and interviews. So it's saying, like, if you, I mean, Jennifer or me, you wanted to schedule a show to do an overview of your book, we would probably do that and set up a whole show. But usually, like Week in Review, it's a week in review, so we're going to keep it moving, and it's generally, because of the complexity of your theory, there's so many precursor ideas to explain depending on your audience. People know physics, or people know Torah, or what level you have to explain or assume, or if you're talking to a wide variety audience, and then obviously you have the 3-volume series on vastly different topics. So maybe I just ask you. You quickly, do you stream? Have you streamed before?
I have about 6 short YouTube introductions, one on each book. And then I have one on, I call it Einstein's biggest blunder was premature capitulation. And that's one of the chapters in the book on volume 2. What did Einstein consider his biggest blunder? He said not conceding to Hubble's ongoing cosmic expansion explanation of the cosmological redshift, I believe is. And to me, that it was a case of premature capitulation. That indeed.
About explaining your theories, because
Okay, sure.
The purpose, I'm trying to hint to you that you probably have to become a streamer, and it's a new skill set you're going to have to learn and adapt to be a successful streamer, because you're an independent author putting out alternative to mainstream theories, and there might be a crowd for it. You might be able to get some interviews on some shows, and use streaming is probably going to be the single best way. All of the above. If you have in real life connections or synagogues or groups that are going to have you speaking, COVID-19 or Zoom calls or whatever, you should probably do that. But streaming will probably be the best venue to get out there. And to a certain extent, it's like acting and public speaking. So, like, eventually, you're going to be on Eric Weinstein's show or something like that. That's already like Hollywood, and it's produced, and you have to have the prerequisite skills and like public speaking, streaming, and various things, and just to have thought out the best way to explain these things, what to explain, what not to, and how to refer people. The business world, like elevator pitch, a 2-minute pitch. If you only have 30 seconds to explain something, 2 minutes to explain something, or an hour to explain something, and then on your own channel, you could consider making very long videos, hours, tens of hours of videos to explain your stuff, so that when you appear on other channels, the people more interested will migrate to your channel. And then, schedule, like I would do. Jennifer has a pretty big channel. My channel's a little bit bigger. Me and Jennifer are actually working with the podcast in Jerusalem. I probably could hook you up with at least 5 different small level podcasts that might get your words out there. And then you'd have to think about, are you going to create like a PowerPoint or slideshow? And if you had like a few hour conversation. So obviously if you did like a hour, 2-hour conversation with Jennifer, you would probably talk about different topics than if you did an hour or 2 conversation with me. And that's the general purpose of week in review. That's what we're trying to do here, and we're definitely a fan of what you're trying to do. We'd like to include you in our streaming circles if you're interested. You were just saying with the Hindu stuff, we do debates. Good way to get your stuff out there is to debate opponents. And so if it so we would offer two things. One, helping you get up to speed to be a streamer, helping you get a little bit of exposure, booked on a few shows, and then also just to talk about it. Obviously, me or Jennifer would probably be willing to schedule a separate show that, and you have to think about why that makes sense. Like, just to pop on a show and start explaining complicated topics, you have to think about connecting to the actual audience who is listening. Are they really getting what you're saying? Is it valuable to go into long explanations or not? And that's just, like if you've done public speaking, maybe you've gathered that skill in real life and will be able to transfer to streaming. And if you're not good at public speaking, you could avoid some of the trauma of public speaking and learn those skills, by streaming. But that's what this show's about. Like, obviously, you met Jennifer in the chat of
Right.
these physics shows, and I'm in the chat there sometimes also. And because we love physics, but we're trying to create our own thing. So I say we're happy to help you out becoming a streamer if that's your goal and you want to work with us. And we're happy to schedule shows just talking about your book or these ideas, because we love the topic. And as I said, if you're really into it, we would even organize and maybe personally for the educational purpose, maybe even me or Jennifer would be the one who would debate you. But generally, with like a Vedic view, even a Torah view, Kabbalistic view, these public debates and discourses are probably one of the best ways to teach what you're trying to say, to argue with someone who has enough background to understand what you're trying to say, but publicly disagree with you.
Yeah, I like debating, respectful debating. Yeah, and the Kabbalah, so even that I don't agree with everybody in Kabbalah. I think people who know a lot of Kabbalah, like, the Rebbe, the Lubavitch Rebbe, and even Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who wasn't a Kabbalist.
You never even read Tanya or like the Arizal's cosmology? Some of you didn't even study that?
No, I have a book, Astronomy in the Talmud. It's an old book, not that big a book. I
got like 20 books behind me on like Kabbalah and cosmology. Like I studied Tanya. Like you could check my YouTube. I work together with Chabad. I'm not like a Kabbalist, but I like that stuff.
Yeah.
And, so it's just interesting. And Jennifer was actually asking me, I was telling her, because she was assuming I'm always quoting Maimonides and these ideas about, and say that Maimonides is not a Kabbalist. And Kabbalism is more a dualistic system to explain how the spiritual is manifested in the material realm, or to explain principles of action reaction, of good and evil, how action reaction in the material realm incorporates spiritual elements of good and bad, evil, reward and punishment, and into the material realm. And it's basically a dualistic system. And so all of your stuff on cosmology doesn't necessarily have to take into account Kabbalah, but it's ironic that it doesn't, because just because Chabad and Kabbalah is so popular, that we hear you have an educated Jew that is putting these theories forward and isn't educated in Kabbalah. So it's almost interesting.
Yeah, we did have a rabbi.
Arya Kaplan. Like everyone's read Arya Kaplan, but you. Like almost everyone, even the counter Semites tell me about how they read Arya Kaplan, and here we have the Jewish scholar, and he's the one guy who hasn't read Arya Kaplan.
I have a few of his books, but not so much on Kabbalah. He had, I have some. Most of his books are more like booklets, if I remember, and I've had a couple of them. I've skimmed them. We did have a very good rabbi up here. He has a book called Sefer Yetzirah, Rabbi Hershey Wash. And I have his Kabbalistic Haggadah. And I used to go to Tamar Yonah, something Tamar.
The Ramak, the palm tree of Devorah.
Yeah, Tamar Devorah. Yeah, so he used to have a class on that. I've got a lot of the notes, but I enjoyed going to that class. But, I think
I noticed that reading your work, that you're not really creating a dualistic system. So I was expecting a dualistic system when I started reading your work, but I didn't see that, and I saw it wasn't necessary. That you could, like Maimonides, you could set out a, so to say, a Kabbalistically neutral system that could still resolve many of these issues.
Yeah, and I believe one of the
or you're going to resolve issues of action, reaction, karma, good and bad, reward of the righteous, punishment of the wicked, and presumably those things have to be mediated through a dualistic spiritual realm. And even if you consider the Kabbalistic, it's interesting because the Kabbalistic, it's not necessarily dualistic because it's based on monotheism and the Simpson, but in practice, it's largely a dualistic system. And to explain how the Torah is true, you have to come on to a spiritual realm that's capable of, so to say, superseding the material realm.
Well, I do. The time I normally
really cover that issue, or are you saying you do cover that issue?
Well, no. When I do cover that, the way when I run into that, normally it's with reward and punishment, and how do you explain how sometimes the wicked seem to be on top and the righteous seem to be below. So to me, I invoke the afterlife, the world to come, and that in a way is dualistic. No, it's maybe not like Kabbalah, but
so then you're not explaining, so where is this dualistic other realm then? Is it, so you're not really answering, so you're not even answering these deeper. That's why I say consciousness. I prefer the angle of consciousness because your cosmological answers don't really answer these important questions that are applicable to most people's lives.
Right. Well, one metaphor I use, a dream, they consider that like 1/60th of the afterlife. So maybe,
Gemara and Brachos, death is 1/60. I mean, the Gemara and Brachos, that sleep is 1/60th of death, 1/60th of prophecy.
Okay. So, yeah. So in a dream, you may not be constrained by the laws of physics. Maybe I don't, but.
So you're not coming to explain that.
No, I knew that's not.
That's why I'm coming up to the multiple truth hypothesis to say that it's going to be far more complex than we could even imagine, because I do want to at least come up with a framework for explaining a dualistic system.
Yeah. But I have explained a lot of things I believe that hadn't been solved, a lot of puzzles in scripture. And that might be a tell that just like I was able to do that with the chronology, for example, with Daniel's 70 weeks. And
it's funny because I have Jehovah's Witnesses in my house multiple times, and we've had our Bibles open arguing the Daniel 70 weeks.
Okay, so yeah, you check out.
Like they come prepared with their Daniel 70 weeks, and like I've had those books out on my desk, like in my house, with witnesses that knocked on my door.
Okay, so use volume 3, book 2.
I only had a chance to skim it because like I only Jennifer only emailed that to me a few days ago, and you got almost 1,000 pages of writing there.
Yeah. So I mean, it works out that Cyrus is the anointed one of the 70 weeks he comes. So the 70 weeks are 7 weeks, and then the 1 week, and then the 62 weeks. So the 1 week is in between the 7 and the 62. The 7 and 70 weeks begin with the destruction of the Holy Temple, which is 18 years after the Babylonian exile begins with the Nebuchadnezzar year 2. I also know the 400 and 430 years of with the Exodus, at the covenant between the pots. For 400 years, your children will be in exile, and then at the Exodus, it's 430 years to the day. So what's going on there? Is it 400 or 430? It turns out there's a 430 year count, and that ends at the Exodus, and the 400 years is from the birth of Isaac, which Rashi has.
You probably got the wrong audience to try to explain all these things, because most of the people who watch this are non-Jews and never even heard.
Well, the bottom line is that in the
If
scripture.
you want to answer
Mhm.
some of the relevant questions that we do, the people who watch our show regularly are interested, we're happy to ask you. But, a lot of the stuff you're explaining is probably, just not in the purview of things that, it's in the purview of what me and Jennifer think about, but, I can't even get her usually that interested. We usually talk, Hinduism, although we do talk about, Jennifer's main subject, the main subject of this show is the problem of consciousness, and reincarnation,
Mhm.
and
Interesting topic, yeah.
and just generally like science, spirituality, and generally the show is designed to talk about the unification of science, the unification of spirituality in science, and I also practice a lot of interfaith, and the question of the unification of multiple conflicting belief systems. So, just so because we have you here, did you have any thoughts on reincarnation you want to share? Do you even mention I don't remember seeing reincarnation in any of your books.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think they depend. It's certainly consistent. I think they say reincarnation. It's not always explicit in the 5 books of Moses, but it's consistent with it. For example, David is. God said at the the life would be a day to God, 1,000 years to God. A day to God is like 1,000 years. So take Adam 930 and David's 70, it adds up to 1,000. So some people say that, I think maybe in the Midrash, Adam, gave 70 years to David, who,
You're saying your system would be, so to say, Kabbalistically consistent. So if someone starts asking questions like, where do souls originate from? How are souls distributed through the time domain, that you don't see that any of that being contradictory with your theory. It could be worked into it, or like a meta template level that in any theory about the origins and destination or transmigration of souls would be consistent with your theory.
Yeah, I think about those things sometimes, but I know there are people who know a lot more about it than me. I'm sure you know more about it, and Rabbi Hershey knew a lot more about it. But, did God have all the souls before he created Adam? They say that a certain number of people, all of our souls of the people who are Jewish or who are going to convert to Judaism were at Sinai. So how could we have been there? Our souls must have been there, to some extent. And at what point does our soul get into the fetus? When is God? Is it at 3 months or 40 weeks? At what point? And the one about we kind of knew a lot of Torah before we were born, and the angel, we got kissed and we forgot our Torah. That would be easier to remember. Like once you learned how to ride a bike, and then you didn't ride for a while, it's easier to learn again how to get back on the bike. Have you heard of that? About this?
Yeah,
soul?
it's on the first page of Tanya even, but I think it is a Gemara in Avodah Zorah somewhere. I forget where the Gemara is, but your theory doesn't really help answer these questions.
No,
but theories that answer these questions would be able to be consistent and together with your theory.
I don't.
You don't see how your theory would help a person answer those questions.
Yeah,
Although you do see that if there was a theory, or a Kabbalistic, explanation that does answer those questions, that it would be consistent with your theory.
Yeah, well, one thing that my theory might help somebody is that Moses had it right to begin with. If you understand what Moses said, and God showed Moses what, Moses, God dictated the first 4 books, maybe the 5th book was Moses' inspired words, but Moses had it right to begin with, is, what I conclude based on basic science and a ton of evidence. So, for example, Moses said God is not physical, right? Would you agree with that? That God is supernatural? Would you agree with that? In the 5 books of Moses?
I think the way Doovid says is that there's a dualism, right?
Yeah, it comes to complicated theology of what the origin of the material realm. If you say God is the material realm is representative of God, or the material realm is representative of some quality that's not God. So it's actually a very difficult question to to answer, because the implications are that's what we like to focus on here, the axioms and their logical conclusions. So like dualism, what's the origin of the material realm? Is there a dualistic system? What's the origin of the spiritual realm? And then what's if the origin of the material realm is the spiritual realm, and there's Kabbalistic systems, like the Klipa, and say, well, the Klipa aren't really God, and the majority of the material realm are made up of this, kind of a way of saying evil, like in the Vedas and the Gunas, and saying that like the material realm is actually the devoidness of God. That's the only way that you get the material realm. And but there are Kabbalistic systems that even argue on that and say, like, no, like everything is God, even the material realm. And then the Tanya, and he, like the Groucho Marxism idea that I wouldn't want to be a club of any member that would have me, that God desires to dwell in the one place that God doesn't desire to belong, and that's in the material realm, because by nature God doesn't belong in the material realm. So that's the purpose of humanity, to bring God to the one place where by definition God doesn't belong, which is the material realm, which is that by definition devoid of God. And that's kind of the Arizal Kabbalistic template to look at Judaism as a mission. Like the Jewish people are on this mission to redeem the world, and that it was actually the purpose of creation.
Yeah, to sanctify the mundane or whatever. So,
but to have that come through to to say a dualistic system, to say no, the God who created the whole universe and runs everything is the same God who spoke to Moses, and everything else is false. Or you take like a Freemasonic interfaith and say, like, well, the God who spoke to Moses is the God who created the whole universe, although it's possible that other traditions are also simultaneously true. And generally the hardline Orthodox opinion would be that no, only Torah is true. There is no other truth in the same nature as the Hebrew prophets.
Yeah, well, if the 5 books of Moses are true, and for me, the science and history fully aligns with them, and you're fighting uphill against the laws of science to say God is physical. If you say the creator is physical, because the law.
That's not what I argue. Generally,
yeah.
I generally, we both, the J.F. Garepi show, the famous French nihilist, and saying like, no, generally science is nihilistic, and the presumption, saying that free will and consciousness is an illusion, and good and bad is an illusion. Scientifically, it doesn't matter if someone dies or suffers. There's absolutely no scientifically way to derive bad or evil, and that's just some sort of evolutionary or psychological preference that the mind creates. And that's generally Bertrand Russell's paradox of atheism. But you're saying from a scientific materialistic perspective, the general assumption is that there is nothing out there. There is no greater truth. There is no meaning to life. There is really no scientific difference whether a person lives or dies or suffers or enjoys.
Yeah, that's kind of like the opposite of Judaism, where the sanctity of the individual, the whole universe is for for somebody.
That belief is unscientific. That to believe that there's a God that cares about us, to believe that there's a meaning to life, is essentially unscientific. So synthesis, where it's like, from the JF argument, or even my brother when I was younger, saying like, no, I'm sorry, Roger, you're weak. You just can't accept the scientific truth that there is no God and there is no meaning to life, and because you're weak and scared, you cling on to these traditions of belief.
Yeah,
and saying that's the typical view that, like, in university, if they're not being politically correct and trying to be nice to you, that they're going to say, like, you believe because you're weak.
Yeah, well, I'd say they're projecting.
Even in Israel, was saying even in Israel, that's the dominant position. I was saying even in Israel among Jews, that's the dominant position.
Yeah, and I'd say they're projecting, and not only are they projecting, but by them saying that, they're demonstrating the beauty of the intelligent design that is free will, because we look at the same empirical observations and they come to the conclusion that to live in denial. And I look at the same observations and I say everything and anything physical demonstrates Moses had it right to begin with, because of the law of the conservation of energy, that you can't have a start unless unless it was a supernatural.
Say that, like, you can't have physics without Moses.
Well, you can't have physics without
You can't have laws of physics without Moses. Is that? I mean, essentially, that's what you're going to come down to saying.
Oh, okay. Well, you can't have it without God. I mean, Moses.
You're going to say like the Pranas, like the Vedas, that the essential axioms that there might be E equals MC squared, F equals MA, or any of these things, but the Torah of Moses is God's essential axioms of creation. We might look in material realms of certain laws of science, math, and call those axioms, but in the truth matter of what's essentially true, the scripture is actually the most pure form of axioms that exists.
Yeah, I'd say it's the owner's manual, and it's one way of knowing whether you're at a scientific dead end or not. I like
when you say that you created 6 axioms ex nihilo and these things, and you're saying that's just a heuristic preference that the human mind uses to understand things, and from the God's eye views, like, no, there aren't these 6 axioms. The axioms is the scripture of Moses.
Yeah, so yeah, like creation, that there was a start. I think that's basic. So if there was a start, then the creator had to be supernatural, according to the right. Would you agree with that? If the universe had a start?
Well, I mean, we're doing a meta-analysis, and obviously, I'm promoting something called the multiple truth hypothesis, because I'm presuming that I'm even looking at something like an infinite set of axioms and the infinite set of conclusion from the set of axioms, and trying to create a system where there's multiple conflicting truths. That, like, essentially, I'm claiming that reality is something much more complex and complicated than understandable, that you could have simultaneously different systems that are absolutely true at the same time and conflicting.
How old do you think the physical universe is? Or is that relative? Do you use
I'm saying multiple truths, that there's a truth where there's an infinite, all of these various, I would say there's an infinite set of axioms, and all of those axioms probably have a certain amount of truth value to them. So it's not going to be that there's not going to be one answer. There's going to be a Schrodinger probability curve of, and it's not going to be, like Torah, Hinduism, it'll be mathematical. It's going to be the infinite set of all axioms.
Would there be like a multiverse in that, or is that something completely?
I would say multiverse is just one of. I'm putting it's going to be a mathematical expression that would be explanatory of truth that doesn't have to have a physical correspondence. And for that, I'm saying the infinite set of all axioms. So when we look at what is this physical realm we're dwelling in, I'm going to say that there's not a single explanation. There's multiple true explanations that are simultaneously true. And so that's my hypothesis, is that there are factually, so a multiverse is just part of it. And even the axioms of the universe, and we'll take the perspective of, like the Kabbalists, and say that there is the problem of empiricism, that as long as the soul is trapped in the material body, that we really only have limited answers. So that's just to create a framework to investigate truth, recognizing that only death will set us free. There's always going to be uncertainty as long as the soul is limited by the body. That's going to per force maximize our understanding level.
Okay, so yeah, so I kind of hold by one actuality. So that makes things so in that way it does kind of make things easier for me. Would you agree to that? Like if there's one actuality, or how
Well, I
about
mean, if you're saying you're proposing something, I mean, and you're using kind of like Occam's razor simplicity,
Occam's
where you're trying to reduce the answer. You're like, I'm trying to complexify the answer because I'm saying there's the empiricism problem is so great that when we conceive of truth, we really have to look at something much more complicated than how we usually look at like logic and other things, as where you're just trying to simplify things and saying like, let's go with Moses and try to use Moses to explain everything.
right now there I can agree with you that there's in most things there is some truth. And like who said it? Like, you can learn something from everybody, or
Well, King Solomon, a wise man learns more from a fool than a wise man. Perkiavos, King David learned from, called everybody rabbi, learned from everyone.
Right. So there are all types of denominations of Judaism, of Christianity, of Islam. I would assume that all of them have some aspects of truth to them.
I'm talking about something at a metaphysical level, where I'm talking about conceptions for how the material realm operates and conceptions for how the dualistic interaction between the spiritual or godly and material realm operates. So if you say there's truth to Islam or Hinduism, and you have karmatic systems, and the karmatic systems differ, that that there's supposedly these laws of action reaction that are ordained by God, and you have these different religious systems that have different systems of karma and action reaction. So, is there one single answer, and the different traditions, got some parts right and some part wrong, and or is there, one of the traditions is right and the others are all wrong, and then Doooovid's coming and proposing something different, the multiple truth hypothesis that's saying it's possible that they could all be concurrently correct, even though they have conflicting axioms, and or a level that that you could at least create a framework of that to assess a value, to say, if we look at the Puranas, the Vedas, Shintoism, Judaism, Christianity, all these various things, and the predictions that they make, and the various measurable things, to have some sort of truth value, truth discovery function to assess a value, where it might come out a single value, like, this system is, 0.3 true, this system 0.4 true, and really it'd probably be like a series of differential equations or very complicated statistical methods. So we've actually been analyzing on Week in Review, these statistical methods, because at the end of the day, to some extent, science at its best, even the cosmology and physics you're talking about, the truth is largely determined by statistical methods. And then saying, what does truth mean? If it's a statistical method that helped the scientists figure out the answer, like I have the Stephen Wolfram books of computation, where Wolfram just saying like, we give up, we can't figure out these answers, but we could compute the answers to problems. If you give us a problem, we could compute the answer, even though we can't design universal mathematical equations. And so that there could be an angle to the multiple truth hypothesis, also computing the answer to equations. And the reason why we can't come up with universal mathematics is because it doesn't exist.
The solution, I mean, there's no one solution, you're saying? Or?
Yeah, that's essentially, I'm coming to the multiple truth hypothesis. Like, no, we aren't going to synthesize and come down to, there's not going to be E equals MC squared, or, some, E equals, conservation law, then like everything is solved, because that's not the essential nature of what truth is. And even you're kind of saying that. You're saying like, no, I mean, truth is the scripture, and, so truth is this kind of, morphing whole body that it's not like a series of equations or algebraic equations that you could derive one for the other. You have thousands of verses that say different things in different meaning, and obviously are going to contradict. You're going to have contradiction. So, I mean, from a scientific point of view, to say that the scripture is an axiom is basically ridiculous.
Well, let's just keep 5 books of Moses.
I mean, you do agree, you have a university. Do you have a university education? I mean, even with that, but I mean, I know because I study Kabbalah and I believe in spirituality. And I'm used to thinking like that, and obviously, I went to Jerusalem, and the Torah is the blueprint of the world. But from a scientific point of view, you can't really introduce that as a logical scientific theory. And even the Torah itself kind of puts it like that, like there is a faith and trust factor that a person has to go beyond the realms of logic and believe in things that are beyond the power of thought.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, I hold that the scripture, like Mosaic scripture, is testimony, which is different than science. So the question is how much credibility to give that testimony. I hold that God alone.
I mean, the sages, like, God looked into the Torah and created the world, but the Kabbalists generally say that, in theory, the scripture of Moses predated the creation of the material realm. And from a Bible code perspective, even the Kabbalists say, the material realm is actually made up of tiny Hebrew letters. That if you're going to come from that perspective, you're saying, like, yes, I'm a Jew. I believe the Torah is true, and I believe that the fundamental building block of the universe is factually tiny Hebrew letters.
Well, I mean, in a way, like, doesn't everything break down?
Are you going to say that? Are you going to openly publicly say that?
We want to encourage him to stream. We don't want to discourage him.
Well, I do want to encourage him, but I want to know, like, are you going to say that, or are you going to be?
Okay, so first of all, if I heard that humans have limited perspective. I think you'd agree with that. And that in theory, God, I hold God alone had and has 100% perspective. Okay. Time, I hold, began with, the beginning of day one. There was a thing called tohu, which is conception, where it's more like in God's mind, but it's still some things are happening. But it's in God's nothing, not physical. If it was physical, it could brought back to nothing. But how about string theory? It isn't the idea of string theory where everything breaks down to vibrating strands of energy. And what's wrong with those 10 utterances being of creation?
The don't talk about strings, they talk about tiny Hebrew letters.
Well, I mean, God used the 22 letters of the olive bays, and those are the vibrating strands of energy, giving the command codes for the, laws of physics or whatever. Do you hold by string theory at all, or do you think there may be something there? And I'm
a student of all these things. That's why I say the synthesis is. Well, I'm just trying to point that the synthesis is really an impossible task. That's why I'm coming onto the multiple truth hypothesis, because largely I concluded that these synthesis projects are all doomed to failure. You're not going to be able to reduce these conflicting truths to one truth. Therefore, you have to, somewhat, so say, change the definition of truth.
Well, well, I mean, we don't really know until, that there may be one truth. I mean, but I'm not sure how.
You're back to axioms, right? You have to actually say, well, what the heck is truth? Is something true if everybody agrees, or is it true if there's some objective aspect to it that transcends our part in the observation process, right? It's like, even making assertions of truth, you're still reduced to having to give axioms as to basically what has to be satisfied before you're going to count something as true.
Well, to falsify something, how can in science it's like like David said, probability based, right? So it's not absolute. From a science, but if two things contradict, either one's from my perspective, either one's wrong, the other one's wrong, or they're both wrong. So you're trying to say that's not true. The two things that contradict can be true.
Yeah, that's the basis of my theory, and I'm saying, well, I'm calling that because I'm, and it's basically because I went through the process that you and Jennifer went through of trying to, like, I'm going to work on the grand unification theory, just like all the other great minds in, the world are doing. And then I said, like, it's not going to happen. And so epistemologically, instead of looking for a grand unification theory, I started proposing what I'm calling the multiple truth hypothesis, which is somewhat like a grand unification theory. But the catch is that it doesn't have to unify everything because, it's claiming that there could be multiple axioms with conflicting conclusions operating at the same time.
Can I give you an example? I just don't want to shrug off your question because it's actually a very important question. I don't know if you're able to see the stream, Roger.
Well, I see David. I see your picture.
Okay, so if you're interested, I have sent you the link on Twitter of the actual stream, and that has an image of the quantum periodic table. So I will give an example of something that sounds like a contradiction, but isn't, for just to sort of elaborate a little bit more about why things can maybe seem to be paradoxes, but not. So if something is both the one in all and the all in one, is that a contradiction?
If something is one and all in one, is that a contradiction?
It's not a trick question, and it's totally fine. I don't want to say there's no right answer, but it would be unrealistic to expect the right answer.
Okay,
from anybody.
So I'm not sure I'm hopping the question. If something is all in one.
Well, that if something is both all in one and one in all, that's a contradiction of set theory because something can't be a subset and a superset. Right?
Well, maybe everything is one and there's no subset.
Well, that's the point that I'm getting to. I was trying to pull it out through an example. So I don't know if you could see this image or what, but it's a 3D periodic table.
Let me try to go look to.
No, don't worry about it. I'll just give the example, and I'll send
what you see on. We're talking on the Google Hangouts, but we're live on YouTube, and what's being presented on the YouTube screen is, it has more than what's just being presented on the Hangouts if you're seeing the live YouTube feed.
I just want to extrapolate a little bit more as to what I mean here. So this object, this quantum periodic table, it is both the one in all and the all in one because it is one thing that's present in everything, and everything that's present is within it. It's just that the interpretation of those things there's a little bit of scratching coming through. I'm not
it's
sure
mediocre.
whose line it is. Did you want to say something?
No,
I was gonna say you should talk about the computer Marga.
Oh yeah, we have a new guest on the show. Sorry we didn't say hello before. We were in a deep dissertation with Mr. Perlman. I'll just introduce you. I don't know if you want to use that name or is there.
Well, mediocre white male is like a.
Okay, I'm in on that.
It's a moniker.
Yeah, but I'm going to take a 5-minute break, Roger. You're welcome.
David always leaves when I come on.
Well, because I've been sitting here for 2 hours. I got to take a break. Like my like my rear end is like I got to get up and stretch. But like Roger, you're welcome to stick around, and we'd like to encourage you to stream and promote your works and have more of these discussions. But we had other guests and other topics also that. So I'm going to take a few minute break. I'll let Jennifer run the show.
Yeah. So Roger, I don't know what your schedule is like, but if you want to head off the stream or if you want to stick around, you're more than welcome. And we might go on to other topics and discuss more like.
Well, I wanted to talk about a little bit of like where the. I think you wanted to call it the computer Marga. I don't know what. A lot of people are calling it the simulation theory, but I don't like that term because then people think of aliens playing The Sims, and they're
here's what I don't like about it is it invokes this sort of image that we're inside a computer and that there's something outside the computer.
Right? Yeah. That exactly. So my theory or my guess at what reality is that base reality is something far simpler than what we experience, and happening there is a size and complexity compared to our computers, and it's generating something more complex than itself. And I think that would explain, like when you were talking about how, you know, the galaxy may have been formed at light speed, and you know, it would kind of explain those things, because you would have certain points in this base reality where, you know, it jumps ahead. It you know, it may be almost like a buffering, right? It's like a bunch of shit happens in base reality that, you know, in one way you might think of as like a trillion years worth of calculations of work, but in what we perceive, it's just like an instant. And so basically, a lot of what you were talking about, I was thinking to myself, well, this isn't really incompatible with that, if we want to call it the computer Marga or whatever.
Well, I think it might be it would be accurate to. Here's where I think the confusion is coming in. Okay, because did you understand what I said about consciousness? How it's an entangled photonic waveform?
I mean, I have a rough idea of what. I know what entanglement is, but well, isn't that's like what you were saying? Machine learning is all about reducing waveforms, and sort of it all comes back to that.
Because, well, consciousness. What you so you agree that you have consciousness, right? We're not going to have that LARP.
You know, I think that would be interesting to get into. Like, because if you want me to play the role of JF Garapay skeptic,
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
I
And by the way, I just wanted to say welcome to the show, Vincent. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm actually gonna let you guys talk for a bit.
Sure.
Whenever you're ready. I'm gonna go get some food in a bit. I'll just be on in the
Sounds
car.
awesome.
But
Thanks for joining.
yeah,
Okay, so
not
right
yet.
now
Just
what
let
I
me
have
know.
displayed, right now what I have displayed on the screen is your basic
I
entangled.
can't see any of this because I'm on Google.
Okay. Just for the audience sake, we've got a photon waveform. And basically your photon waveform is the reason why your body doesn't collapse into a pile of crap. It's the tensile force. It's the outward tensile force. So why do people's bodies go all bleh when they die? Well, and photon waveforms just want to expand forever in a sphere, forever and ever until they get absorbed by something. So what we have here is a case of totally internally refracted photons, which are redirected perpetually through the body in a pump system. And here's your basic photon waveform that makes up the spine all the way to the top of the head, which precipitates 5 or 7 nodes.
How can I look at this?
That might be hard. That might be beyond the computational capacity of my setup. Can you look at YouTube?
Yeah, I don't know. It might. I'm on my phone, so it might like kick me off. Hold on a second. Let me see what happens if I try.
Right. So, John,
yeah. Okay. So it's like behind. Yeah, the iPhone doesn't have a mute button.
Okay.
Oh, I could pause it. There we go. All right. So if I pause the YouTube thing, then I could look at it. We're pushing the limits of what an iPhone can do here. I'm on a stream and I'm on YouTube at the same time. Yeah, it's that drawing of like orbs that you made.
So do you understand that it's meant to be something physically real, and that line, that squiggly line, is the spine?
I remember you mentioning that.
So that's your basic consciousness. So this object is technically a hologram because it's 3-dimensional, and it's So this meets the criteria for being a hologram. So I think that's where the simulation theory comes in, because holograms are simulations.
Sure.
So I think that's where the appeal comes in. So maybe if we can paint it in a different way that doesn't invoke those strange sort of incorrect interpretations, right, of the aliens outside and we're inside a computer, and that's kind of like, oh my god, that's scary. But there is some
or it sounds ridiculous, I think, is why I don't like that. Like, because, you know, when I try to talk to people about the quote simulation theory, I don't want them thinking that, because then they're going to be like, oh, yeah, this is all like far-fetched and whatever. But then
what you want to say is that you subscribe to a form of panpsychism, because that will incorporate the nature of reality, the holographic nature of reality, because really what it is a holographic theory. If you want to look at
I think that
living consciousness, sorry.
Yeah, I think holographic theory is a good way to put it.
So yeah, you were asking about computer marga. This is not something that can be translated into English. So there's a lot of concepts that just don't have a translation into English. But I think I sent you a screenshot from Michael Bertillon book.
Like those German words.
Sorry?
Like those German words. You said it doesn't have a good English translation.
Well, it's Sanskrit.
Yeah,
so
I know
the concept
about, like,
doesn't
Hindu
have
stuff.
There's no correlate in English. That's why Bertillon had to go through this big sort of dissertation to explain what it even meant. So the idea was that this concept existed and it could theoretically be discovered as the root of all science, but it hadn't been discovered to that point. And that this would be some kind of magic key of insight into, like, it would basically be a meta science. It would be some discipline that science would be a sub-discipline of. And they were looking for it.
This thing that you don't have a word for, and science would be a subset of it.
And that's what Bertillon called the computer marga. So the idea is that the basis of everything in our causality is computation. So the basic method, right? So you think of things as being things have essentially two attributes: what they look like and how they move. So computation is how it moves. And what it looks like is spheres. And anytime you see something that's not moving or not a sphere, it originally was moving in a sphere. If that makes sense. But the basic idea with margas actually comes out of Ayurveda. It's more developed in Ayurveda. So if you want to learn about margas, you will have to look at Ayurvedic texts, and Dr. Vasant Lad is a good starting point because he has a nice big sort of for dummies style textbook, right? It's written sort of anticipating a Western audience. So here on the screen, what I have displayed is your chunker. So you have a mula, a marga, and a mukha. And this is your very most absolutely foundationally basic chunker of how things work. And it doesn't even have that many analogs. It's that abstract, but I just wanted to show it as a general point of interest.
I'm driving right now, so I can't really look.
But yeah, I think the idea, the way I see it, is that the periodic table, the quantum periodic table, when it's correctly interpreted, can predict more than what modern science can predict right now. So somebody could theoretically invoke that as the computer marga, quote unquote, and but that would be somebody else's call to make, because I'm not really trained in this domain to the extent that I would need to be able to make such a claim. And I think this is a good way to come back to segue into the convo with Doovid about that debate on modern day debate about the piranhas being something blah blah blah. So we have to be really careful. It's it's an ego trap too that a lot of people fall into, of just cherry picking to try to rationalize a foregone conclusion. We really don't want to do that. We want the right answer. We want to be able to come up to an atheist and just beat them in a debate and not even think twice about it and just like demolish the atheist in the debate. You don't want to leave a single centimeter for them to negotiate. You want to win that debate. But hey, Doovid, welcome back.
Okay, did Roger leave?
He jumped in and jumped out a few times. I'm not sure if maybe he's having some trouble with his system, but Vincent joined, and he hasn't said anything yet. He's getting a snack, and Mr. Mail and I were talking about the computer market.
Mr. Man.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Roger comes back. Otherwise maybe we'll put a book, put a bookmark in that chapter and come back to it, and hopefully Roger will become a regular. It looked like he had some interesting ideas. Definitely, even if we disagree or argue, that's what we do. But definitely want to encourage a man in using his free time and energy to work on think about those type things and have his own ideas and publish books. And that's more in line more with me and Jennifer, like metaphysics, science, spirituality, unification, and is a mediocre, has a more computer analytical understanding, which is important. Me and Jennifer, especially streaming, like programming. I want to talk about that because we're helping with Root and Branch about really how easy it is to make money if you're good with computers. Although it comes down to business, because I was saying that I could probably set Jennifer up like in a business where she could make even like $50, $100 an hour teaching people or like setting up their streaming for them. And, so the proficiency versus the business acumen of getting that. But it'll be interesting to talk about mediocre yet volume issues that your background noise could get quite large.
Wait, Jennifer, do you have the power to mute me? Because
No, we don't have the power to mute you. So basically, you should just always have yourself muted except when you're talking. If you're on a cell phone,
it's because I'm driving. I would mute myself if I.
Yeah, I mean, so basically, you should just unmute yourself before you talk and mute yourself after, because the background noise can get quite strong.
Yeah, I understand.
So if you want to say something, go ahead.
I was going to respond to what you were saying about streaming. What you're saying that are you talking about a small audience that would pay a lot, or are you talking about like just a lot of people want to know how to stream?
I was specifically, me and Jennifer are going to be teaming up with this podcast in Jerusalem, and we're walking them through the technology, how to do it. And,
Okay.
And so I just saying, like, no, you could make like $50 an hour teaching people how to use Zoom. Like, there's a lot of people that need to know how to use. And it doesn't mean that the going value, it's more a marketing and sales thing to have contact and connection to the people who are willing to pay, because there's also a lot of people who teach you how to use Zoom for free. There, you might be able to find a student who could do it real easy. Charge you $10, $12 an hour. But at the same time, if you if you call the professional service, they might charge you $100, even $150, $200 an hour. And then there's different skills. If a person wanted producing and saying, I know a lot of people in the IT business. Besides like that like I'm Hindu and go to Hare Krishna temples, where I literally know hundreds and hundreds of IT professionals. As open up the video, my friends from the University of Michigan are were renounced being IT professional to become Hare Krishna devotees. And I know a lot of Jews who do it, and it's saying like, yeah, like if someone opened up a business, like a Vince, it's like, Doooovid, like I just got $100,000 grant from George Soros, and like I'm opening up an office and need to buy a few computers. That like, yeah, we could set up his system and his network, and he would tell us what he needs, and we would tell him what he needs to buy, and we might even write some proprietary software or something to help him organize it, and then even have an ongoing service contract or something like that. I think I could do that. Like, I think professionally, if I needed to make money, I would be able to negotiate those contracts. And my sister is even a Scrum master and does IT negotiations that that involve.
Yeah, I've worked with Scrum people before.
So I mean, we could look at that perspective of. But yeah, I was mentioning that just because I mean, to some extent, I taught Jennifer how to stream. She's pretty smart. She probably could figure it out on her own. But just the when she first did it, like we did like we did with Lowell, we did a screen share and just like click this button, and it's not that complicated. And if it's something like when I showed it to Jennifer, maybe it only took 5 minutes. But to these old men in Jerusalem, it took like 2 hours. And we were trying to get, show them how to make their Zoom call live. And it still took like two hours, but at a certain level, we want to work with these older men in Jerusalem and they're not tech experts. And we're doing this, because we like them, but it's saying I've done that when I lived in New York City. I did computer things for people all the time to make money. It's a really good way to make money. And if you don't have a degree of professional ability, you could occasionally make $20, $50, $100 an hour as a computer geek. And if you're, say if you're a high IQ, and you want to turn that high IQ into making larger sums of money, usually it's by doing things on computers for people that other people can't do. Hence, people are willing to pay. And I would actually like to talk about that. In fact, that's why I'm always money is karma, because when you're actually charging people for your time, there's expectations about what you do.
And it forces people to put a value on it.
Yeah, I mean, even to the Donald Trump Jr. perspective is saying Joe Biden spent his whole life signing the backs of check. Donald Trump spent his whole life signing the fronts of checks, and
yeah.
I mean, to some extent, it's a good line. And it's saying no, Jennifer has not spent her life signing the fronts of checks, and there's a difference karmatically. If you're used to signing the fronts of checks, and you have to look at karma as money, you have to reduce a person's time to a dollar value. It's a requirement.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that guy who was tweeting about how everyone should have a podcast. So that would help our cause.
It would help people. I'm talking about. I'm specifically thinking the guests that are going to be on Root and Branch.
Right. Yeah.
That probably a lot of them will also. I mean, we would have an easy target thing where we could probably even properly do it. I say there are probably a lot of these boomers that are trying to Charles Moskowitz is charging $100. He's I don't Luke Ford, so it's a good business model. I'm not saying that no, I'm not telling Jennifer she should start commercializing herself and turning Weekend in Review into IT business. But I'm just saying it would be that easy. And I think we'd make a hell of a lot more money turning Weekend in Review into an IT business than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I have that skill set. I mean, right now I'm doing a lot of programming work, so I would.
I mean, would have to be specific to say if we Doooovid, I got a guy, Roseanne Barr is going to donate, God willing, $10,000, to the Root and Branch Association, and we're going to have to. Tell them what computers.
Wait, you've mentioned Roseanne Barr before. Do you have a relationship with her? Or?
Well, yeah, I'm saying. I would not be surprised, hypothetically, if Roseanne Barr donated $10,000 to the Root and Branch Association.
What's going on with her?
We're not the one connected to her, but I'm just saying, hypothetically, making
a guy who knows
IT is not that difficult. And the question is, what's your skill set? Do you actually know, what computers to get people, how to set up their network, to have the specifications to meet their needs, and the downtime, and all these various factors, to demand a price, and say you work for somebody else to run a deal yourself. That somebody's going to come. This is my need. I got $10,000. From maybe Roseanne Barr is gonna. I'm just making that up, but God willing, if she did,
Mhm.
To create the IT, computer solutions, so Root and Branch will be able to have awesome streams. Then, like, what would you do? What computer would you buy? What speed system? And to be professional, that the answers to those questions. And
Right.
I'm a University of Michigan. I was showing that earlier. I never got into the field. I'd still like to. Is even building data centers. If they came big enough
Yeah.
that you're not just talking.
I mean, the big guys have
I
sort
think we
of
could be doing conceivably, like, we
they're
could
gonna
probably
outprice
be
you.
doing small time, setting people up like Halsey or Luke Ford. He did it largely by himself, but I'm saying, like, like there could be a special consultation, JF, business of selling the computers and setting people up into streaming, and to some extent making money is that easy if you have expertise, and if it's a high level of expertise, it's something like, yeah, it took me like 2 to 10 hours and I made a few $1,000s. Or say, like, no, I mean, it's still programming, and it's going to be, like, you made $50 an hour at the end of the day. But those are high level skills these days that pay quite a bit.
Hmm. Yeah, it's I guess if you have a client in mind or whatever, and you want to, ask me some questions or whatever, you just let me know.
You don't have to monetize your skills, but it's a good thing to be able to. It's a good thing to have
Don't you
monetized.
already have a job?
It's I have flexible time, so I think that's what Doovid's getting at is use my flexible hours to also make money doing this. I don't know. I mean, well, what about you, Jen? Do you have a lot of commitments or?
Well, I mean, I keep myself busy, but I can always make time for someone who's genuinely interested in something that I can actually teach them. Definitely.
Yeah, then we're talking about maximizing technology, because, just like, we're doing a show. These older men in Jerusalem, in my mind, are doing a good show. So just walking through.
Yeah, what's their show about?
It's mostly intellectual presentations by guests. Every Monday and Wednesday, there's a presentation and then question and answers after, more an academic model. It's in Jerusalem, so you got things on, like, archaeology, society, Bible, but really they'll have all types of people to talk about anything. But usually it's like a 30-minute to an hour pure presentation, sometimes just talking, sometimes PowerPoint.
Yeah.
And then there's two hosts, or the people on the call ask questions, and we're trying to get them live and to improve it. But I mean, they have interesting topics, interesting guests, and I was one of their speakers, and that's why I was just telling them, like, dudes, you got to up your tech game. And thank God they took our advice, and I think they even want to work together with us. But, like, yeah, I was just one of their guests. This guy Lowell saw me on Adam Green and reached out to me and invited me to speak on their program, and I was on their program. I was like, dudes, you got to up your tech game. And I was like, I'll help you for free. And they said yes. And then when they took me up in the I'll help you for free, I was like, Jennifer, you could help these guys, right? and thankfully she was able to.
Yep, I'm the Spurgeon schlepper in this motif, aren't I?
But saying, like,
I used to be a professional tutor, so I've already done this type of work. So if I went back to tutoring, I'm sure I could get a full schedule of clients immediately. I just haven't marketed it because I'd rather spend my time, honestly, talking one-on-one with people who are serious, and also writing and making media, because I feel like that's the best use of my time. And if I find something that I feel is a better use of my time, like building a quantum computer or doing something with neural nets or something exciting that can really help out in a significant way, of course, I'll make time for that,
You're going to build a quantum computer, you're going to get 0 degrees Kelvin in your house.
No, there's been a proof of concept for entangled photons. So entangled photons, that's a quantum computer. You just have to know how to interpret the data, which I'm an expert on. So I'm sure I could lead a project like that, and that would be a lot of fun. So yeah,
Well, they are trying to make like room temperature quantum computers.
I don't know if I sent you that link, but it was talking about the 76 entangled photons that were generated, and that was at room temperature, and that could be transformed into a quantum computer because all you need is a way to access. What you need is to be able to access the distribution of the eigenstates and interpret it accurately, and then you get all your answers that you want. But if it's all down to the interpreter, right? That's basically what I am, as an interpreter. So whatever I can interpret that I feel is going to espouse my principle of ahimsa the best, that's what I'll pursue.
Yeah, I was saying to Les Glassman, who's a dentist, that getting computer help is somewhat like getting a root canal, because really, it's somewhat like getting your teeth drilled, where you're sitting there, it's like, do this, do that, and a lot of the times, like, I'm pretty patient. I do with my mother, and I know how to enter like a meditative state and just like wait like minutes and minutes while people figure things out. But I also could yell in certain circumstances, and say like, idiot, like this button, not that button, and even like, Lowell, he's a good guy, but it's like, enough with your stories. Like, I'm just going to tell you what to do, what buttons to click. You don't need to tell me a story between every button you click. And so in theory, a person could develop some expertise to understand how to do things themselves. Like if people are smart and you explain people how to do it, to try that they should be able to figure these things out for themselves, or you just basically do it for them. And unfortunately, like, the nature of Kali Yuga is you can't trust most people you pay to do your computer stuff for you. Like, they purposely are dishonest with you in order to negotiate more money out of you. Like, they're not going to let you know how simple or difficult it is to do something, or whether they're going to optimally set your computer.
Yeah, there have been like exposés on that. Have
Well,
you seen those?
it's just the general nature of distrust that if you can't figure out what you need to do for your computer, and you put it into the hands of somebody else. So you either just say, I pay you, and I give you my computer, and then you give it back to me the way I want, even though I know I really can't trust you to do that. I'm going to do it anyway. Or I pay you, and you explain to me how to do it, even though I'm an idiot, and you have to yell at me, and it's going to take like 10 times as long for you to try to explain me how to do it than for you how to do it. Even though, like, that, like, I really shouldn't trust you to just let you do it.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you trust someone with your computer, they could potentially install malware. So that's always a...
But you need it. I mean, at the end of the day, most people, less than 10% of people are going to be able to, do serious,
repair.
any level of programming or repair at all. And even just to operate like YouTube, to set up your own YouTube account, to figure out how to stream, to figure out how to Zoom. You could teach your grandmother, if someone will be patient enough to just sit there for like half an hour, and you could teach your grandmother how to do basic Zoom, and they still might need a little continuing help, because they're probably not really going to get it. They're just going to understand, like, this is how I do what I want, and when there's a problem, they're not likely to be able to figure it out themselves. And this is the IT business, so like the people I know in this area, like, we do a lot, the automotive or medicine, you're talking supply chains, distributions, or medical records, billing, various things that occupy most people. And maybe we got Vince here if he wants to say something. He came on for some reason, but like, I mean, the IT business is one of the main businesses. And then if you get large enough places, like you're setting up a system for a medical office, that they might even consider building their own data center, and those that's pretty extensive. And even think like with Doooovid and Jennifer, we can review Church of Entropy we're gonna have our own data center one day.
Yeah, I've got this great idea for an app. It's like a card game where I don't want to say all the stuff because I don't want someone to take my idea, but suffice it to say, it would be freaking awesome and like a social media type of thing. Hilarious. I got a bunch of ideas. It just, it takes people to collaborate with. You need a solid group of people who are interested in a collaboration. So it just takes time.
Yeah, you're gonna build a quantum computer, and why would you waste time on some app?
Because I could do both. I just need the talent.
Or you
to
raise the
delegate.
money.
Sorry.
Well, because it's good karma. You're saying if you could create an app that will benefit people's lives, it's good karma to do. Everything doesn't have to be connected to, there's a lot of just charitable activities that a person should do if they can.
Yep.
Vince?
He said he was going to get some food. Oh,
Hey,
are you
I am here. I'm almost done with my food. I'll just give me like 5 minutes and I can talk.
Okay.
Is this the Hindu guy or what?
Yes.
Yep, this is just another Hindu. Have you seen him before? Do you remember the first time he came on Claire's? Were you around then?
I don't know if it was the first time. I think he was there last time I was here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 'cause
Vince is
the first time
somewhat another person that Doooovid helped walk through streaming. I mean, he was already a personality, but saying like, I think he had a YouTube channel, but like Doooovid met Vince. I think reached out to me. I'm not sure exactly how. Maybe on Adam Green, and we spoke. And he came on Week in Review, and we encouraged him to stream. That would be a good venue to getting out his message. And at this point, it could be over 100 people we've done that with now.
Well, did the Adam Green? You're talking about the No More News guy, right?
Yeah, I think that Vince saw me on No More News and reached out to me.
Is he like
and then
changing his
came on.
format a little bit? Like he's, quote, interviewing the enemy or whatever?
Ooh, Adam Green?
Yeah.
Well, he always talked with quite a few Jews. I guess now that,
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess
really almost like half of his guests are Jews.
Because he used to be a lot
Judaism.
more, or I don't know. Actually, I don't know enough about
I just
him.
want to hop in real quick because there's a question that Thomas Sherman's asked like 3 times now. Doovid, can you see the question in the chat? It's directed at you. He's asked it 3 times now. I just thought maybe
What's
if you
he
wanted
asking?
to.
Is it moral relativism friendly? Are evil and moral good equally valid as truths? Multiple truth hypothesis is, it's a framework that moral relativism could work within, but it's not. It doesn't have to. That's just one system of axioms. I mean, you've asked the same question now, like every week for a few weeks, and your question almost shows that you don't really understand what I'm talking about, because multiple truth hypothesis is a framework for understanding truth and saying that truth is the destination that we're trying to understand better, and multiple truth hypothesis is not going to bias what the answer is. It's a framework for analyzing and getting at what the truth is. So it's going to be like, because I have multiple truth hypotheses, now I'm going to tell you what the truth is going to be. Like, no, I mean, it's a does it make sense when I'm telling you, Jennifer, why I think the same question he keeps on asking me again and again doesn't even really make sense, or just shows like he's asking a question about something that shows that he doesn't really understand what I'm proposing.
I think what he's saying is that your multiple truth hypothesis is axiomatizing moral relativism. But actually, what Doovid is trying to do is make it easier to get a better approximation when you're already axiomatically asserting that the truth is itself not something we can comprehend. So it's a framework for understanding the things that you're looking at. It's not axiomatically shoehorning moral relativism.
Yeah,
So
I mean, presumably it's not
look
going
at
to
it- you
answer
have to
that
look at it-
question.
You don't look at it as a moral paradigm. You look
Where you could plug in axioms that include moral relativism or morals in either way and use the framework to better understand truth. It's not biasing, Rogers' theory, which is it's a framework to help us work and understand and have a better estimation of truth, and you could look at it in a moral relativism framework because you're relating different truths in comparison to each other. Because when you analyze different truths and see that the axioms, the logical conclusions of the axiom of different axiomatic systems contradict with each other, what do you do with those contradictions? And so the normal, say, oh, so the axioms must be wrong. There's a contradiction, so the axioms must be wrong. So the multiple truth hypothesis will be an alternative logical framework where you could work with systems, even though the axioms, the conclusions of the axioms contradict, that you could still work with these frameworks within the multiple truth hypothesis. So it's not really has anything to do with what you're asking.
Just so you guys know,
multiple truth hypothesis is not meant to prove that Judaism is true. It's not. So,
I'm available to talk now whenever you're ready for questions or whatever you want me to do. We can review my week in review.
Oh yeah, sure. I guess go ahead. Unless you were in the middle of something mediocre that you wanted to finish off on before we let Vince do his week in review. I'll just mute. So let's let mediocre finish off these two. If he has something, he'll hand it to Vince. Okay, no 2 cents for mediocre. So I guess hand it to Vince.
Yeah. Into, and I go all the way to the bottom of it, and I find everything that there is to know about it, and then I kind of like. So with the Noahide laws, I've done that, right? I mean, I've really exhausted a lot of stuff, and I've scored the internet. So I haven't been working on that much. I can't lose sight of it, and I have to keep it up. But I have at last been focusing on different things and getting different interests. But yeah, this week I was learning a lot. There's this website called parcast.com, and they have it's just a podcast company, and they have this original on there called Cults, and like it's this group it's this man and this woman that there's like 100 different cults on there, and they have this whole program on it, and it kind of ties into what Jen was saying. Like Jen is saying, she wants to do these things, but she needs to get collaboration. And I'm wondering so I've been analyzing some of these cults, and let me tell you, I don't believe, why can't Jen manipulate people to do what she wants? Okay, one thing I want to say, that one thing I've been learning a lot is that these people are able to manipulate these people to do everything for them, give them money, clean their houses, or do whatever they want for them. I really don't think that it's something logical, meaning I don't think it's necessarily something that these cult leaders are saying that someone else is not saying. I think there's something like electromagnetic going on, because they got educated people to believe the most absurd quackery. Let me just tell you about this one cult, which was such a fucking scam, and everyone fell for it. Her name was Blackburn. It was called the Blackburn cult. Actually, it was called the Order of the Royal Arms of the Great 11. So this is what she said. She said that the angel Gabriel and Michael were coming to her and her daughter and were transcribing this book to them, which was not yet finished. But when it was finished, the apocalypse would come, and the book would reveal where all the gems and diamonds and gold and oil are in the world. And then at that point, the world would be ruled by 11 queens who would rule the world from Beverly Hills in Hollywood. So she just had this book that she told them that she was writing, which she really wasn't. And these people were just giving her, they were giving her tons of money. And she was just insane. And she was making people disappear and all this other kind of stuff. But when she eventually had to go to trial for all these different things, and all the judges were like, this is the most absurd, insane things that I've ever heard anywhere. And when they asked the followers, they just said, you just have to hear her say it. And I'm like, what are we lacking? What do you think that we're lacking that we can't? Why can't I tell people that I'm writing a book and that when the book is revealed, the apocalypse will come and I'll have all the jewels and gold and diamonds in the world and I will be a king who
Because
rules
you
from
haven't
Beverly Hills.
mastered the psychic powers yet. You don't have enough cities.
Well, what did she do to deserve them? She was just born whomever, but she said that she heard
Karma. It's
voices.
always karma, Vincent. She did it in a past life.
Okay, but
Some
then
people
why?
just have blessed karmas because they come from good families too.
Okay, but
That
if
is
she
a
was-
tech that's called a technology. So that can be learned even by a person who's not necessarily outstanding as a Vedantic scholar, right? That these are considered like anything
Okay,
basically
no, but
low
this is
key, they're considered to be like low tier cities. Those like making people feel all like you know what I mean?
no, but I mean, the thing is that she wasn't necessarily all that educated. The thing that I'm trying to say is
Well, that's
there-
my point. That's my point is that she could have been taught that one technique and not taught any other technique and be really amazing at that one technique. And you're like, why is she so good? She doesn't seem good at anything else. It's like, well, she was taught the technology.
Yeah, but okay, I don't think it's in what she's saying. I don't think it's the words that she's
Yes,
saying.
It could have been
exactly. It's
it could have been more-
technology. It's psychic technology. That's what I'm saying. Do you know what Siddhi means?
It could
Yeah.
also have been it's her karma. It was like a possession. It wasn't really her who did it, or is a combination of a spirit or a power or a deity that chose her. That there was an expression of her, the person, that the deity chose her and used her. But to a large extent, that it wasn't her. It was nothing special about her. It was some other force that had to be manifest somewhere, and whatever karmatic factor beyond her understanding past lives or whatever, that force chose her, and it didn't choose you. And it's like you can't choose the force chooses
that's
you.
not a traditional Hindu interpretation at all. It's all karma in Hinduism. The reason you can't do it is because you haven't learned the technology yet. Now, you should be asking bigger questions than that, right? Like, should you be learning these techniques?
Yeah, mute there, Vince. Like if you're doing something, like you can't hear anything besides weird noises.
Yeah, there was a bit of something on the audio, but you sound okay now.
Okay.
So you're saying, why can't I do that? It's because no one's ever taught you the technology / why would you want to be able to do that?
Why would I want to be able to do what I want and give me tons of money? I have no idea why
Well,
I'd
do
want
you
that.
want the bad karma of using Brahmanism to justify Vaishya ends?
Yeah, it's like why wouldn't if you wanted a bunch of money, like why wouldn't you just like run an IT business like most Hindus? Why would you want to like open up a cult?
Well, no, okay. I'm not interested in opening up a cult. I'm more interested in understanding how
Quantum entanglement, Vincent. It's all
because these are people. Wait, these are people who would never have listened to it had any other person told them the same exact words. It was like I think there's something electromagnetic going on.
It is electromagnetic. That's what I'm telling you. Cities are all about photonic entanglement and how that works. So on my blog, Rational Emotionalism goes through step by step why people are susceptible to joining cultish movements following any type of shock that leads to cognitive dissonance. If your entire reality is collapsing because for whatever reason you realize something you believed was wrong and you can't go back because it's made an impression, you become extremely weakened and seek stability elsewhere. And the truth of the statements is less of a consideration than the charisma of the person that you fall into their arms to stabilize your consciousness.
And you really don't break down to an axioms of is there something specific about cults or manipulation in general that why do people fall for manipulation? And I mentioned the last few weeks. I don't know if you saw Promising Young Woman, but that movie's analysis of relations between men and women, or even the issue of rape, God forbid. But all of these issues could be analyzed just in terms of cause and effect and axiomatically breaking down what is actually happening here. And was the cult essential for the manipulation? Was type manipulation, like a lot of people con and manipulate people out of sex and money all the time without any relationship to a cult. So you don't, I mean, you don't need a cult to manipulate people out of, sex and money and power. There's a difference of the manipulation. So if it happens within a cult, and then the false pejorative that you could have a cult without anything negative happening in it, that the manipulation or any of this other activity is not like, oh, it's a cult, so there's manipulation happening. That no, you can have a cult without manipulation.
A cult
Well,
without
I
manipulation.
mean, manipulation, you're taking it to have a negative connotation. It doesn't. It's from the
Well, I'm
manipulation.
saying Vince is taking this show, and Vince is taking
Yes,
cult as
you
a
are going to
negative.
get manipulated into a cult. In a cult, you're going to get manipulated, but ultimately, you're giving them the carte blanche to manipulate you. You're saying, "I can't resolve my cognitive dissonance. Please resolve it for me." And yeah, this does end up in people professing absurd things because
Yeah,
it's
and
not
I would even say that the
it's
whole
it's about the needs of a human and fitting into a community. Largely, people have a social need. Maybe you, Vincent, care more about knowledge than socializing, but you have to acknowledge that for the majority of people, it's not the operating factor. The majority motivation is social cohesion. People want to fit
you'd
in
even have
because
to
that's
establish,
their
because
self-identity.
I would reject Jennifer's stipulation without some sort of proof. But even to say that manipulation is higher within a cult, or stealing, or any of these bad things that you're talking about happen more in cults than in general societies. Because you say, like, yeah, it's the United States. I think they said this year it's like record, like 40,000 people got killed from gun violence in America this year. You're saying, like, yeah, a lot of gang violence. Gangs, if you call gangs cults, and usually, like, gangs aren't really considered cults, but you say of like the 40,000 gun deaths in America, like probably less than 1,000, even less than 100 of those happen within cults. So you say that if you're looking at weird occurrences and you're trying to deduce that there's something special that happened there because it's a cult, of any of these occasions, if you're just looking at crime and punishment, separates it from this woman conning and scamming people, versus saying this woman did something different than just a regular con and scan. She opened up a cult, and is that even a special form of conning and scamming? Are there scenarios of the exact same thing you're talking about happening in regular society at a more extreme level that have nothing to do with a cult?
No, well, it's not the conning and scamming. The thing is that both a cult and an individual person who's not part of a cult or associated with a cult
When it's like a strip club, a cult,
can
are all strip
scam.
clubs
Well,
cults?
no,
Is what happens at your local strip club worse than it happens in your local cult, or can you call your local strip club, God forbid it, if there is one, a cult?
Well, okay, I don't really necessarily. There's that definite. You know how there's that 8-point definition of what a cult is. That the whatever the Cult Awareness Network puts out. That, like, if you
Right.
follow these 8 things, then you're a cult. Like,
Well, who said that, and why are they authoritative?
Well, I don't necessarily 100% agree with it. I think that you don't need all of them, or you can have more.
Well, that's why I'm
of
making
them.
the point. Like, saying that your average person, like in university or institutes with these definitions, would not consider your local strip club a cult.
No.
But so you're saying that the occurrences, they say, oh, these nefarious things happen in cults, that you're going to Doooovid's critique is going to push back that these people, oh, these nefarious things that happen in cults. Well, there's nothing nefarious at all happening at the local strip club. That's completely fine. So Doovid is saying, like, no, you have to have an alternative definition of cult. Like, these people are just using cult to shut down what they don't like, and they really don't have consistent axioms at all. And this whole purpose, and Jennifer, because you say okay, like, no, I'm a proud member of multiple cults, and in the cults that I belong to, there is nothing nefarious going on. Or maybe some of the cults I belong to, there are nefarious things going on. But saying the majority of the cults I'm a member of, I'm proud to be a member, and there's nothing nefarious going on. There might be secrecy going on, and there's a reason why secrecy is going on. And that when I was in Jerusalem, I mentioned Rabbi David Gottlieb, and his saying, like, saying, what's your local football team? your even your local physics club or university, like and it's even from the Israel. The Israel wanted to outlaw cults. There was pressure from religious parties in Israel to the 80s and Jehovah's Witness, and they wanted to consider all of these groups cults. However, they wanted it to be completely fine that a secular Israeli Jew should become ultra-Orthodox or Haredi. You like to so say a Baal Tshuva, a Kirov Institute in Israel that's designed to take secular people and turn them into ultra-Orthodox Jews. And they could not come up with a definition of a cult that would disallow, that was actually a study by the Israeli government that concluded they can't do it. That they can't outlaw cults because you can't define it. And but most people, if they thought about it, it's hard to define a cult, and so that's generally why I just refer to Masonic structures. So say that there's that and Jennifer might say quantum entanglement, that there's karmatic entanglement, and a cult is a form. Like you were a witness, you were entangled pretty highly with those people. Like maybe you spent tens of hours every week and went to Bible study multiple times, and they told you what books you were allowed to read and who you were allowed to speak to, and it's pretty intense. But at the same time, maybe nothing really nefarious happened. And then you talk like another cult where you're saying like, no, this was like a nefarious cult where, God forbid, like they're killing people and doing serious crimes until they get caught. And some, like you said, like guru or Kabbalist, you got to be scared, because like in Israel, Kabbalist means someone, God forbid, who thinks they could break the law and get away with it. Or guys like what?
Sorry, but when you're done, can you answer William Thomas Sherman's question? And Vincent, if you don't mind blowing your nose, some people are saying the sniffling's a bit distracting.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, if you have a bunch of background noise and you can't control it, you should just mute when you're not talking. Like you're saying, like just unmute before you talk and mute when you're done, because you're producing a significant amount of background noise. We're just wrapping this up, that you really can't. Cults are extremely hard to define, and usually it's like it's a point of cancel culture to to say that something's going to be labeled a cult, hence it's problematic. And if you're just looking at the dark forces, say like certain rules of karmatic entanglement, that a certain segment of the population, a group of people, maybe just a handful of people, entangled their karma. In most cults, saying if they involve some sort of ritual, like the Freemasonry dogma and ritual, they could involve some sinful, like illicit homosexual sexual activity, or they could involve random rituals, and those rituals could be relatively pretty neutral with the largely positivistic things. Just a group of people that get together and burn some incense and chant Lokath, Samaste, some positive mantra. But you're saying that still might meet the definition of a cult.
Well, at the end of the day, the government wants a monopoly on forming people's minds, because that's the literal definition of government.
They want a monopoly on the organizational structures of people. So when people are organizing, they want to make sure, and that's the like a counter cult is so I mean that's why it's really the science of masonry, because the masonry is largely the science of organizational structures. And so I mean me and Jennifer both like cult is like free will. It's a buzzword, and if you're an occultist, like cult is a good thing. You hear the word and it brings up positive connotations.
Yeah, culture too.
To most people, that's not the case. And most people have not really thought about the word. And, it's even like culture. Like culture, we're talking about with conversions and John Vance, where you're born into a tradition or like a lineage and a nurture, and there's a default position for how we do things. And if you convert and saying, well, like now I'm a Hindu, now I'm a Muslim, now I'm a Jew, and the desired goal is that all of my actions should be in accordance with Judaism. So every time I do something, I have to become self-aware to see what the default position of me is to do, and then examine if that is in accordance, so to say, with Judaism. And if it's not, that I would have to go through some sort of process to change my default inclination of how to act to the proper correct action according to how I'm trying to train myself. In cults, that's really what culture means. To be cultured is a person who's changed their inclination in accordance with acting according to a prescribed way, presumably because that prescribed way is preferable. And if Vince is specializing in, like dangerous cults, or people are doing criminal cults, you're saying that people who have changed themselves from their default action to messed up things, or possibly things that people have not changed their default action. You could have cults that say, like, the deity chose the person didn't chose the deity chose them, because this person's default inclinations were to do the things that this cult wants done. So God forbid, if this person default inclination is to steal, and they haven't aligned their correct action with not stealing, and therefore they get recruited to a gang or a cult that steals, that makes sense. And so too with any inclination like homosexuality, something that if a person's homosexual, they're more likely to find their way to a cult or a group that engages in homosexuality than so to say that a regular person would become aware of a certain cult and then change their action to fit in order to join that cult. But that also would be an element that if there's prestige to joining a cult or benefit to joining the cult, then people will transform their action, become cultured in a way to conform. And the reason why it's a cult is because everybody within that culture behaves the same way. And so, Vince is saying, I would like the power to create a group of people that do exactly what I tell them to do. Ha, 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 wouldn't we all?
I mean, no, not seriously. I brought it up that I'm fascinated by that, like you said, that a deity or something has taken them. I don't know if
That's
I'm going to
not
go so far.
how it works, though, right? It's karma. You either have the karma to have cities or you don't. And if you have cities, you can manipulate people psychically.
No, this is how it works.
Not random. You want to invoke some randomness. Oh, God chose you. No, that didn't happen. It's karma.
Well, it is karma, but it is the deity chosen. I have it on my YouTube channel, Krishna Kumar.
Oh, yeah, that changes everything.
Who Shakti Devi, who had, not, and then the deity possessed him and said, build me an idol. And I mean, on my YouTube page, and that's a man who spent $1 million of his own money. But even the guy on JF, I forget the guy who had that police problem. That's a common expression, and it's karmatic. It's saying, if you want to say that scientific, it's not scientific that the deity chooses you. You don't choose the deity, but in fact, that is the karmatic process. That there's karma, that there's certain action that needs to be put into effect. Let's say it's violence, God forbid. Like there's been an increase in karma, and we know there's going to be more violent incidents, like God forbid, assaults and murders, or God forbid. And so there will be people with the inclination to do it, and there'll be some sort of karmatic force that is being expressed, like the deity. This greater karma possesses the person, and the combination of the person with the inclination to do the action with the greater karmatic force that this action is fated to occur, that greater karmatic force of the action fated to occur, being expressed as the deity choosing the person, takes possession of the person with the inclination to do that action. That is the correct spiritual explanation.
Okay, well then show me where it says that in the Veda. Because it doesn't.
It says it all the time.
Okay, well show me the verse.
I don't have to look up a verse, but saying that's
anyway, Vincent, if you're really serious, you're not going to go for this random, oh, God chose me and it's magical and poof, I'm possessed now to build an idol. Do you have any idea how juvenile that idea sounds?
Well, it is. It's saying
Just
like
think
the
about how
Noahide
juvenile
law.
that idea is. Just think about it for a minute. It's
Vince,
extremely immature.
no,
It's
it's
a
not
it's a s-
juvenile law. It's
it's
factual,
a
and I'll
human
demonstrate
centric.
it.
Everyone knows that human centric
I'll demonstrate it
interpretations
using
are immature.
Vince did not choose to expose the Noahide laws. Vince was not a person that was just like sitting there thinking one day, I wonder what I should do with my time. And then you came out like,
Your
no,
model's not
there was,
predictive,
there
so
was
there
a
you go.
court that required the Noahide laws to become exposed. And Vince, for whatever reason, was the proper vessel for that force to rest. So no, Vince did not choose to reveal or expose the Noahide laws. A greater force chose to expose the laws and chose Vince to be the vehicle to have it done. And it's your question. I mean, Jennifer is really contradicting herself.
Defended free will. I'm the one saying free will's not real. You're the one arguing for free will.
This mechanism here has no free will in it, though. This mechanism of the deity choosing the person is not
Yeah, which is very ironic that you're invoking this when you're in favor of free will and I'm not, and I'm saying it's unscientific. It's very ironic.
Well, I'm saying there is free will also, but I'm saying that the idea.
Oh, right, multiple truth hypothesis. Right, I forgot.
You don't even need multiple. I mean, multiple truth hypothesis would help there, but you don't even need multiple truth hypothesis for free will to say that there are greater forces. I mean, free will is the idea that you could counteract the greater forces. So say if there was, for whatever reason, there's a force that the Noahide laws have to be revealed, and Vince is the most eligible receptacle for that message. It's not that Vince made a free will decision to reveal the Noahide laws. It was just that he was the most eligible receptor, and the greater karma was that it had to be done. But you to put in a free will also.
Try that theory out and see how far it gets you in terms of psychic powers, if that's what you actually want, which suggests it's not what you actually want, Vincent, because you're asking Doooovid, who doesn't have psychic powers. I find that ironic. Do you ever think that your karma's just maybe not good enough to have psychic powers, Vincent? Because you have no ability to recognize something right in front of your damn face?
Do you have psychic powers? Do you?
Well, gee, I wonder if you were able to get psychic powers, Vincent, you'd know. Okay? And you'd be on your knees sucking my dick to get teachings, but you're not, are you?
No.
So, your karma's not at a point where you can be this powerful, I'm afraid. And this person who's teaching people whatever they're teaching has terrible karma. So trust me, you don't want that kind of karma.
Yeah, it's
there are astral entities. There are astral entities. They exist. They're not as
like Gandalf
suggest.
Write a book on Jim Jones. It's like change your karma, flip the script. Like get better role models.
Like, I don't know what's wrong with people in the chat right now, but like, I see some people who are being super respectful, and that's what I really want to see. I really want to see people talking at least somewhat something related to the show. So I've had to, delete some messages. Please be respectful, because it's so hard. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but at some point it's just like, it's sort of comically absurd that this conversation is even happening. Neither of you has the authority to speak on the subject, do you? Do you have demonstrated psychic powers, either of you?
Well, I'm just asking. I mean, I'm saying that I don't know.
John, it's a figure of speech. John, it's a metaphor. Do you understand metaphors? It's a metaphor.
I don't know if I have psychic power, but I'm obviously a member in good standing of the most powerful cult to ever be in existence. And what's more authoritative than that?
The Hare Krishna?
No, I'm saying, well, that too, but I'm saying, no, I mean, the temple cult, the Pharisaic cult, I mean, Chabad. Like Doooovid is a member of good standing of Chabad, the most powerful current cult in the whole world. Like Jennifer, at the end of the day, maybe what she's saying is true, but it's an unproven LARP, as opposed to Doooovid, who unquestionably has good standing in the most powerful known cult in the world.
No, I definitely think that
that's not what he's asking. He's asking, how does one get the psychic powers to manipulate people into giving them their money? That's what he asked.
Well, not for me.
Like, I don't want that.
Wouldn't
you rather be a member of Chabad than have learn how to do these nefarious actions?
I wasn't, no, I wasn't trying to learn how to do them. I'm trying to figure out how they do it. Not so that I want to do it, but because it's so absurd. It's so strange how they're able to accomplish this. And I definitely think that Chabad has these city
Well, I
powers
mean, it's like,
because
isn't that kind of weird? I say, like, you want to figure, you're into criminal psychology. I mean, what like you want to figure out, like how, like, rapists and murderers, God forbid, get away and do what they do. I mean, why would this interest you?
no, I think because it's just fascinating. These cults are
That's
fascinating.
fascinating to you.
Cults are fascinating. Yes, cults are fascinating.
But I'm saying cults are
It's a
fascinating, but you're
it's a
saying nefarious
technology.
activity is, you're not talking about, you're saying Chabad is a cult that's fascinating, but you're talking about, you're like, now you're going deeper than Chabad. You're not talking like buying politicians and subverting society to benefit Israel. You're talking about, you're going, deeper in. What was wrong with
Well,
just
no,
Chabad?
Chabad has the
Like,
same
let's
thing.
just stick to subverting our local politicians into Noahidism.
Well, no, I mean, I think that these Chabad have that element to them because they're able to go in and they're able to get people. I mean, I know none of these people that make these statements about Noahide laws, whether it's in the Congress or it's the president of the UN, they've asked, what are these Noahide laws? They didn't just come and on paper make these statements that could be traced to them without knowing what they were saying. And I think that any rational, sane politician would not want to come out on paper and say that they were against idolatry and blasphemy because it's not American, it's anti-American. And I think that it does not make any logical sense for any politician to wrap their name up with Noahide law, yet they're able to get them to do it. I mean, I obviously think that they have some of these city powers that they're able to get everyone to just not ask deep enough questions and to make these very extreme proclamations on, officially on behalf of the government and the UN and the Vatican about the deep significant importance of these Noahide laws. I mean, it just doesn't make any logical sense. So I think it has that same kind of city quality where, just like this woman was able to get people to believe the world was going to be ruled by 11 queens, which she was going to be one of them when she was done writing her book. Like, I really don't see that much of a difference.
Well, for a
That's your,
lot of people, it's just because they get a bag of rice for converting, right? So they're basically totally poor and have nothing, so they convert for money. That's what happens in a lot of cases. But in another case, it's really just an identity thing. People want to have their identity amplified. They want
I
to
know it.
feel an identity. That's a human yearning.
No, but it's worse. It's even
And
worse
when
with
you
the
get
no.
you don't see the appeal of easy answers in a ready-made community and a leader that maybe has psychic powers that can give you, you know, delocalized conscious effects there in alignment. You don't see why people would be drawn into that.
Uh, yeah. No,
So
I
I
can
don't
see
I
how
don't see
people.
what the big mystery is, city or not.
Well, no, not on this. No, because I don't think that under. Well, that's what I'm saying. It has to be some kind of city because it doesn't really, under
No,
normal
you
circumstances.
can't just threaten someone with death and then get them to say whatever. That doesn't work either.
Well, that's different because you're not
But you
threatening them
don't
with
assume
death.
city. You don't assume city on the first pass. You only assume city if something extraordinary is happening. If people are being held basically at gunpoint with all their food withheld until they convert, well, that's not really something that requires cities, is
No,
it?
it is. No, but they're not being held at gunpoint. I mean, these people are very
Really?
willing. No, I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
nobody's holding a
Well,
gun to.
maybe you should just, look into a little bit how much proselytizing goes on in India. Basically
We're
bribing
talking.
people to convert.
We're talking about the Noahide laws. We're talking about
I'm talking
the
about
rab.
Christianity being
I know,
proselytized in India.
but we're talking about the rabbis somehow having city powers to get these politicians and the Pope and the UN and everyone to just like hypnotize, like, yes, Noahide law, despite the fact that it has so many negative connotations, and to be associated with it is just such bad news.
So it,
Yeah.
it couldn't be threat of violence and money. It has to be magic powers.
Well, even if it's an appeal to what the person already believes, because kabad is usually appealing to some sense of a correct interpretation of the Bible. So it's not like a Chabad rabbi is claiming to, just say like, oh, I have some special miracle ability. Saying the Chabad rabbi is claiming, I represent this rabbi that was the closest thing that we could have to Messiah in the biblical paradigm. And if you've heard of the Bible or believe in the Bible, that based on your own axioms, we can convince you that you should become a follower of the Lubavitch rabbi.
No, but
as opposed to like this cult you're mentioning, where this woman is claiming to have her own source of power. No Chabad rabbi is claiming that to have some artificial, mystical, mesmerizing spiritual force. They're claiming to represent a rabbi that is the fulfillment of biblical prophecies, that anybody who has their Bible, and because it's already an established multi-generation international network, you could make sense to it. Plus, at this point, it's already powerful to prestige. Saying that you want to be part of the cult that Ivanka Trump is a member of, or the Putin, and all these people, that as opposed to just one woman exhibiting some sort of power over a group of people that is illogical. Saying joining Chabad is logical because it's like a denomination religion, that if a person was Christian and a Chabad rabbi convinces them to be a Noahide, that's a natural process that doesn't take any external axioms, like there's some space something for 11. It's like a Jehovah's Witness. You're saying like, all I need to convince you is your own Bible. You're saying you're a witness, and like Chabad, like you're saying like, no, all I need to convince you is your own Bible.
No, look, what I'm saying is this, that if Christians or Muslims or Hindus or Buddhists or whatever had a law, went to Congress, went to the UN, went to the Vatican, and said, we want you to make these statements about our laws, nobody would ever do it, and they would say absolutely not. But these
Who
rabbis,
do you think financed the UN? Like, honestly, Vincent, you
okay, but like,
you painted them
but
into a
that's not-
caricature demon here. This is absurd.
No, but no. But the thing is
There's
that this is
a lot more reason why these politicians like work with Chabad than like some woman claiming like 11 horses or whatever the hell you're talking about, and saying like, yeah, this Chabad rabbi, he's like, by the way, like, like my buddy knows Sheldon Adelson, he might write a check for $100,000. That's not like calling on some mystical authority. It's saying like, no, like I'm part of the same cult as Sheldon Adelson.
No,
and
well, I'm not saying okay.
You might get a check. As
Look,
where Vince,
I'm not,
whatever cult he's claiming to, like, yeah, you're gonna need God to do a miracle for whatever you joining Vince, and that to like, get you a check. As opposed to Doooovid, it's not going to take a miracle. It's just that it's going to take a good word with Sheldon.
Look, the governments and all these people making those type of statements brings it into the level where you are in outer space, just like you were.
There's no outer space to be like Chabad, like we're part of the same group as Sheldon Adelson. If you're nice to us, you might get a big check. That's different.
I think, look, when most people hear these things about
but most
people have cognitive dissonance.
Kisses the ass of Chabad rabbis, and then he gets a check for a few $1 million from Sheldon Adelson. Like you say, like, yeah, nothing supernatural happened there.
No, but most people have cognitive dissonance when you try to tell them about the Noahide laws, because it is just so absurd, insane. Nobody would say that. No government would recognize that. No, that would never have happened, because it's so insane.
No, it's not insane. Like, it's like it did happen. Like it's on the news. Like you could search it. Like it's in the newspapers. You might find it weird, but you might brought attention, and people You're telling people like, no.
So you
like,
really think that all it
you're
takes?
telling me you were so uneducated that you didn't know the proclamation of your own presidents. It was like, oh, me, Vince, you grew up a witness and you didn't know the proclamations of your own presidents, and then you read that your presidents had all and politicians had all made proclamations in honor of the Lubavitch Rebbe. And it's like, yeah, poor you. You didn't know the truth. You were brought up into blindness.
Look, I do believe that there is some sort of that these rabbis do have some. I don't believe it's just money.
Or the opposite. You're the one who was brought up in the dark, and it's like you're saying that what the Ronald Reagan was just wrong, Vince is right, and Reagan, Clinton, and Trump, and all of these people are all wrong, and Vince is right.
No, okay. There is some. Okay, Anuacoeptus, there is something in their favor. There is something in the ether.
Yeah, like the Rebbe is a son after son descendant of King David, and fulfilled like multiple signs of Messiah, like that. Yeah, that might be something working in their favor.
Well, I don't know. Well, I know. Look, we all know that the rabbis strive for city powers through the Kabbalah and stuff like that. They believe in these types of things, and they strive for it. So, why should it really surprise us if they did? I mean, okay, you're just not so flabbergasted because
I'm glad about it. I don't know what you're. I mean, like I'm happy about it.
No, you're happy about it, but what you're not. You don't seem to be very shocked by it in any way, or
I'm helping it. Like I'm a member in good standing. Like you check my YouTube. Like I've been working with Chabad for 10 years now.
I know, but don't you think that Chabad has something over them? Do you think this is just money, or do you think that there's something with Chabad on another level?
Well, Chabad is like a denomination of Judaism.
I know,
So
but do you believe that?
Like okay, like a Hare Krishna or Gaudi Math or Arya Samaj, Brahma Samaj, or however it's like it's a denomination. So Chabad is a denomination of Judaism.
Yeah, but don't you think Chabad has its own special spiritual power over it?
Well, yeah, because I mean Chabad is saying that like our rabbi is, basically as close to Messiah as any person has ever gotten.
No, but do you believe that they as a group do have some sort of city abilities?
Some sort of what abilities?
City abilities. City powers.
I mean, like government, I mean, yeah, the Rebbe was given this key to like 100.
No,
different
you don't know
cities.
you know what a city power is. A city power is an occult power that's like.
Vincent, we haven't all spent the last couple of weeks going down the same esoteric rabbit holes as you.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
You just use the.
Yes, well, I'm an expert, Vincent, and I'm going to load it on the screen.
You're trying
to use occult explanations to explain the Lubavitch Rebbe, saying like, no, the Lubavitch Rebbe wasn't a cult phenomenon. The Lubavitch Rebbe was representative of what we would expect the Messiah that the Bible predicts to look like.
No, but I don't understand.
Use some sort of occult phenomenon to explain that, but like, no, we're talking about the Messiah that the Bible predicts.
No powers, but it doesn't work that way with the rabbis. Why can't they be?
Yeah, saying that what possessed the Lubavitch rabbi was the soul of Messiah.
Okay, so let's say the soul of the Jewish Messiah, or whatever this thing is, you call it the Messiah. Don't you think that soul of the Messiah has something to do with the fact that they are able to get all these governments, the UN and the Vatican, to sign on to all of this? I mean, beyond money. I mean, don't you think that there's something beyond money?
Vincent, I think you need to ask yourself why it's so important that there be something beyond money.
Well, even if you put it like like Vince is saying, that if you looked into it and said, well, someone last generation had to have the soul of Messiah, who's the most likely candidate, that logic would dictate, from Vince's research, like, yeah, it's a Lubavitch rabbi. Like, like so many government and world officials all over the world basically endorsed him for Messiah.
Okay, I don't believe he was the Messiah, but I do think that he had like I don't necessarily want to call them magic powers, but the closest thing to it that you could get.
But from a biblical perspective, you're like you're not looking for a magician, you're looking for Messiah, and you're saying, is this rabbi representative of what we're looking for in Messiah? And if you're saying like you're not a biblicist, you're a Hindu, and you're not going to look to the Bible and biblical prophecies and the Lubavitch rabbi fulfilling biblical prophecies, you're going to look to some alternative spiritual explanation to explain the phenomenon.
No, I think that we both agree that something possessed the Lubavitcher Rebbe that gave him abilities. We both agree on that. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't think the soul of Messiah necessarily gave him any superhuman abilities. I mean, I think a typical Jewish understanding would be that no, the Lubavitch rabbi, certainly was very intelligent about the best lineage and upbringing possible, but no, possessed no superhuman abilities.
No, well, not necessarily superhuman abilities, but those type of abilities. He had the same type of
I
abilities.
think God helped. In Hebrew, Tzaddik Kaim, Mekadosh Baruch Hu, Tzaddik Gozer, Mekadosh Baruch Hu,
Okay,
Mekayim,
no,
that a
but
righteous person decrees and God fulfills, and that God helps the righteous people. But from a Judaic understanding, a Chabad understanding within the cult of how the cult understands ourselves, it's like no, the Lubavitch Rebbe was represented, but that was a naturalistic way that God fulfills the blessings of righteous people, and that's not unique to the Lubavitch rabbi. In reality, any major rabbi could exhibit those things like giving blessings and them coming true, or predicting what events that are going to happen. And the Lubavitch Rebbe's special status does not necessitate any supernatural outcome at all.
No, what I said is that it wasn't magic, just the closest thing to it. Whatever that woman had that she could get people to believe that 11 queens were going to rule the world, Rabbi Schneerson had.
Vincent, why do you keep bringing back to this? Compare it to literally any other religious belief. They're all equally unbelievable to a non-believer.
It's an important distinction, because Vince is saying that this woman got these people to believe in some fabricated, completely ridiculous, made-up story, as opposed to the Lubavitch Rebbe got people to believe that he was the Messiah that the Bible predicts.
Which is no different. Yeah, it's
substantially different, because this woman is saying that there's these alternative forces that you've never heard of, but you should take seriously, as where the Lubavitch Rabbi is saying he's the fulfillment of these forces that you're well familiar with already and probably believe in already.
Okay, yeah, but look,
you're saying I'm an avatar of Krishna. You're saying I'm an avatar of this deity that you never even heard of. This deity that you never even heard of is so important that you're still going to join my cult.
No, most people would not believe that Rabbi Schneerson is the Messiah. So, I mean, most people wouldn't believe that. And that makes it even more amazing that, look, most people, if they heard, oh, Rabbi Schneerson's the Messiah, they're going to think that's really, 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 really controversial. And so why would these politicians, the UN and the Vatican, want to associate themselves with something so controversial like that? There's no difference between seeing he was the Messiah and anyone else is the Messiah.
It's the bedrock. It's the bedrock of the religion, Vincent.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's the accomplishment. It's at the end of the day, the Lubavitch Rabbi accomplished what no other person accomplished, so he was recognized for his accomplishments. His followers look at him like he might be Messiah. The government officials and other people just recognize that this person accomplished things that to them seemed almost unfathomable.
Well, but he or at least him or his group, got people to make statements that any other person could not get them to make, and which are not rational and are not
but filled into the messianic that the Lubavitch Rabbi did things that aren't necessarily rational, but fit in
No, but he
to an
got other people.
expectation of what a messianic figure would do.
He
So when
got
you're
other
looking at
people.
what did the Lubavitch rabbi get people to do that Vince is pointing out, and it's like, who cares? Why would someone want to do that? But you look, well, yeah, that's kind of what a messianic figure you would expect them to do, kind of those kind of things that Vince is pointing out that the Lubavitch rabbi did.
He was able to get them to make moves which were not in their best interest and which any sound person would advise against.
Except someone who had a belief.
People are not going to believe that.
Yes, but it's saying that the concept of, in fact, that the Lubavitchers are in town hall when most people in town hall are, basically asking the government to corruptly give money and power to themselves, or just the government to help them out. Where the Lubavitch rabbis in town hall are saying, you have to make town hall more receptible for the coming of Messiah. And so saying, and so the Lubavitch rabbi, and I know who that Messiah is, but even without that second step of, and I know who that Messiah is, the first step of saying you need to make town hall more susceptible to help Messiah come, that the Lubavitch rabbis have obviously a substantial amount of success in that matter, that an average Lubavitch rabbi, doesn't getting their local government to make these proclamations as seen by Vince's research.
Yeah, but look, the thing is that these proclamations make sense from the fact of, well, if there was a Messiah and he were to do anything, it probably would be to get these proclamations accepted in the UN and everywhere. It makes sense in that if you believe in the Messiah that this is happening, but most people in the world are not going to look at this situation. Look, the people who made these statements on behalf of the governments knew that 99.999% of people who looked at this would not believe that Rabbi Schneerson is the Messiah and would say, you shouldn't have had anything to do with this at all. They knew that very well. It makes absolutely no their logic and rationale.
Why do you assume people are logical when there's so much contradictory evidence?
Yeah, and it's saying to the other point is like, okay, well, maybe it's not Rabbi Sherson who's Messiah, but from the government official or basic biblical believer that these proclamations are beneficial in a step towards Messiah coming, so that even the official, like, oh man, these guys are crazy. They think
No,
that
but there's only
but the government official agrees that the proclamations are a good step towards helping Messiah come.
No one could have done this with Sharia. This could never have been accomplished if Muslims went there with Sharia.
Because what the Lubavitch Rebbe represents is more amenable and convincible to people that that's what's going to happen when Messiah comes than Sharia. That if a local imam is at your town hall saying adopt Sharia because you need to prepare for Messiah, that the reality is that a B-rate Lubavitch rabbi has a decent chance of getting his local town government and municipality to accept this proclamation, is where a PhD, from elite imam has a pretty low chance of getting that kind of proclamation. It's because what the Lubavitch Rebbe was promoting is factually in line with your average person's understanding of the Bible, or even if they picked up, the Bible, saying like Jehovah's Witness, you're saying we will convince you from your own Bible. And Chabad, in theory, yes, even a B-rate Chabad rabbi will be able to go into town hall and convince the person from their own Bible.
Look, I don't think all of these people up in the government and all of
think that's the way that all of them did it? Like at the end of the day,
I don't believe
hundreds or thousands of
Bible
proclamations.
people,
How did these? I mean, you've met a lot of these Lubavitch rabbis. You think they're all geniuses? How did these, average Lubavitch rabbis that didn't even take the great ones, even your average ones, were able to get these proclamations? How did they do it?
That's what I'm saying. That okay, I'm
I mean, I know how
saying,
I even have that stuff on my YouTube page. I was saying I don't necessarily I don't think that necessarily anything like mystical or supernatural
okay, I
other
said
than
as close
regular
to
karma
magic as you can
happened.
get.
There was a
As
little
close.
bit of convincing. We made a pitch, and the person accepted it.
I know, but it's just.
Like, yes, let us light a
But
Hanukkah
it's
candle in front of the city
unbelievable.
hall. It's going to be good for everybody. A
It's
little bit of
unbelievable.
light dispels a bunch of the darkness.
It's unbelievable though. That's why I'm saying that whatever certain people have that allows them to manipulate masses of people who are very educated and very knowledgeable into believing absurd and insane things and doing absurd and insane things, whatever that is, magic or not,
I
I
mean,
don't
you're
know what.
pejorative. It's saying like you're a witness. Like you're just trying to diminish Chabad by saying like Chabad is trying to get people to do insane things and comparing it to this crazy woman. You say like, no, Chabad is not trying to get people to do insane things. Chabad is trying to get people to help in a project that most people are happy to help in, and that's the
No,
coming
they're
of
not. No. Most people, if they know
most
what.
people are happy to help in the
No,
project of the coming of Messiah.
no, I doubt that. I doubt that very much. I
Well, it could
think
be that's because I was saying like you're
I
just
think if
wrong.
you
That's
I
why it's
think
an easy
well
pitch
no, the
because your
problem
average American is yes, factually very amenable to helping in the coming of Messiah. You yourself might not be, but like you live in America. You don't think 30% of Americans are generally off the street amenable to helping. You are a witness. You're saying like did everybody throw an egg at your face? Or you're saying like no, like a lot of people are nice to you and want to talk to the Bible when you knock on their door.
no, it's yeah, some of them accept it, but I mean this is the thing is that it breaks protocol. Okay, there's tons of religious fanatics up in Congress that wouldn't dare try to say that, try to pass a bill that said that the American Constitution was based
I
on
could accept your
Christianity.
axiom on a purely logical basis, but I'm making the point of the difference, and it's in the Bible and the Quran itself. When God reveals Moses and tells him to go to Pharaoh, speak to the Jewish people, and Moses is like, I'm stuttered. Who is anybody to believe me? And God tells Moses, tell him the God of Abraham sent you, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. And when Muhammad reveals the Quran, Muhammad doesn't say that the God who created everything chose me. Muhammad said the God who created everything chose Abraham and chose Moses or spoke to him. And that's the difference. If you say this woman who's saying like this forest or this that we've never heard of all of a sudden chose her. And that's why Chabad you're saying like people already believe in principles that are not, I mean, not people in general, but a large proportion of America already believes in principles that are close to in line with what Chabad is preaching. So to get people to sign these proclamations of Noahidism, it's actually not that difficult. And the point I'm making is that even kind of like a B-rate Chabad rabbi that is sent to a new town to preach has a pretty decent chance of getting their local municipality to sign one of these proclamations. Like it doesn't require some like subversive spiritual power. And Vince is rejecting that. You probably have a wrong feel for the religious nature of people and how easy it is to convince people in something like this.
Well,
And if the message is just
no,
like,
it can't be
my
that
message
easy
is
because then everyone.
better than Chabad. How come I can't convince everybody and Chabad is successful? You have the wrong read on humanity.
It can't be, well, it can't be that easy, or everyone would be doing it. It must be extremely difficult because there's only one group of people in the whole earth that have been able to accomplish what they've accomplished. So it can't be easy.
Yeah, and they're claiming to represent mainstream Judaism. Obviously, they're, so to say, a Orthodox cultic movement within Judaism, but the claim is that they're representing mainstream Judaism and they're representing the Judaism found in your Bible.
Right. All
And
right. All right.
that's
I think it's
a biblical
pretty.
based cult. You agree that the witness is a cult, right?
Yeah.
But it's a biblically based cult. It's different than this woman. So when you compare Chabad, you could be comparing the witnesses also. If you think that this woman and the witnesses are the same thing.
Well, not modern witnesses, but the Russellite movement that led up to them and some of the different things that led up were bizarre, to say the least. And I think that they've kind of whittled out a lot of that bizarre stuff, but the Jehovah's Witnesses would never be able to do what Chabad has done. So all I can say is that I'm impressed, and like I'm impressed with this woman that she was able to get hundreds of people to give her all her money and everything. Okay, well you're saying
The word impressed, like, are you impressed with crime? Like you said, like, God forbid, the next shooting or the next horrible crime spree. It's like, I was impressed. Saying that this person.
You can be impressed with the intelligence of a criminal.
The technical word, like impressed, meaning that there was some sort of impression made upon you, might be accurate. Say, like, yeah, I was impressed, meaning like this left an impression on me.
Yeah, it did. It did leave an impression, but
that's a sign of your karma. Saying like of all the things that are happening, that that this is what's making an impression on you, and that's. Did you want to talk with Jennifer for a few minutes? I'll take a break.
Sure. I'm not sure how much more I can go into this convo. I don't really feel like Vincent's listening.
Well, you're telling me that she karmically inherited these city powers.
I'm saying if somebody can do that, then usually the abilities are inherited.
So do you
or
think
maybe they can build them up in the course of one lifetime, but if you're going to do that, you already have to have pretty good karma to start out.
Okay, so then do you think that that's what Chabad Lubavitch has?
Why would I think that?
Well, they're able to convince people of really weird things and get people to do really fucked up things too.
Okay.
So what's the difference between this woman that got city powers and them?
How the hell do I know?
Then why are you saying there's a difference?
Why are you saying that there isn't? That's what I want to know. I mean, you've come in here, you seem to have this preconceived notion that's completely absurd. Just as absurd as the people in the chat saying Krishna is Christ, like NPCs, and having completely no self-awareness. It's like, do you care what other people think about you? Because what you're saying makes no sense. I mean, why would you make that your first hypothesis? You're not. If you actually want to know stuff, you got to come at it from a scientific perspective. You got to say, what do you know and how do you know it? You're making an inference that is on par with Christ as Krishna. That's the level of inference that you're making there. Is that a fair equivocation to say Christ as Krishna?
How does Chabad Lubavitch differ from another cult that uses city powers?
How the hell do I know?
But then why are you saying that there must be a difference?
Excuse me, why are you trying to shift the burden of proof onto me? You're the one asserting a claim. The burden of proof is on you. What is this fool you're using here? You think you're going to out-debate me? You think you're going to out-logic me? You can't. Okay? Your position makes no sense.
I know. What I'm saying is that I never said it was magic. I said what the closest to magic, whatever
you're saying,
that
oh my
is.
God, they're so powerful, they must have cities. That's projection.
That's not what no, whatever psychological, whatever a person who leads a cult.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Is that so hard to understand?
I totally understand what you're saying, and I totally told you why it's a stupid first hypothesis to have, and you totally ignored me.
So explain it again. Why is it a stupid hypothesis?
It's a moronic first assumption.
I know, but can you explain why?
Well, how did Christianity come to power?
Explain that.
So you don't even know how Christianity came to power. So it's
I have my.
Why haven't you learned this, Vincent? If you want to go into this esoteric stuff and you don't have a basic grasp on history, what luck do you think you're going to have?
I was asking you to explain it. Because
I'm testing to see how much you understand, because I feel like you're just coming here with a pre-decided conclusion and trying to pull your way into making it right. That will never
I'm sure Christianity arose the way any other religion
no,
besides
it arose unlike any other religion other than Islam. So just that right there, you have a
Other than Islam, yeah.
you have a complete misconception of the operating mechanism of the religion, and now you want to go on top of that and make another assertion that has no basis whatsoever in fact.
This doesn't negate that.
You have not asserted.
You are telling me that
there's nothing to negate. You haven't presented an argument.
You are telling me that Chabad and Chabad only does not use the same mechanism that every other cult on earth uses to gain control and power. That's what you're telling me.
I'm saying go with the evidence that you have. Don't hallucinate stuff that may or may not be
Okay, but
there.
why should I assume
Why
that all
should
of
you
these...
hallucinate stuff that may or may not be there? Gee, I don't know.
No, but why should I assume that Chabad is different than everyone else?
Well, again, you don't have a knowledge of history, so you don't really know how everyone else works.
So are you telling me? So you're telling me?
You're telling me you don't know how Christianity took power. So
you're telling me
you
that
don't really
Chabad
understand
is
this stuff very well.
No, you're telling me that Chabad is unique on the earth. That's what
I
you're
didn't say
telling me.
Chabad was unique on the earth. You said that. You said Chabad has special.
No, I'm the one. I'm the one saying no. I'm the one saying they're not special. I'm saying that whatever that Blackburn woman had, they have.
Okay, here's a question. Why do they need money in politics then?
Well, money. She got money too. She had tons of
That's
money.
what I'm saying. They don't need it. So why do they use it? If they can use their magic powers, why not just use the magic powers and say, forget it, I don't need the government or magic powers, I'll use my magic powers.
She had money and could buy people off and did. It wasn't just money. It's not just money.
That's your assertion. I don't know why you want that to be true, but you should probably think about why you want that to be true.
Well, because the Islamic world could have given them tons of money too to do this. Of course.
Are you sure?
There's tons of oil money. Of course they could. All these Muslim countries could have united together and said, we're going to give you trillions upon trillions of dollars just to make the same statement that you did about Noahide, make it about Sharia.
And they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't.
So your conclusion is that the Muslims don't have as much, quote, psychic powers as Chabad.
No, whatever. I didn't say psychic powers. I said...
what are you saying exactly? Occult powers, whatever. Fill in the blank. I don't care what words you use. It's all the same stuff.
I was asking what it is that these people have. I'm saying I don't know what it is, but they have something.
Doovid has already explained it all to you. Honestly, he knows way more about this stuff than me. I'm not going to start speculating on something I don't know about, but I think it's very unwise to make these huge links that you don't have any actual evidence to back them up. Like, what's your evidence? You're basically saying the only way anybody has influence is through psychic powers.
No, hold on one second.
Hey, audience. So, what do you think about this conversation? I feel like it's very strange. It's like there's a bit of a theme. So there was this debate with this guy that was trying to say that the piranhas were historical and gave accurate predictions and blah, blah, blah. And now, this other theory, but notice how it's like, is it really a workable hypothesis? Is it like you got to be able to tell the difference between cherry-picked anecdotes and wishful thinking and an actual theory that makes predictions? Because the theory that makes predictions, you can point to a thing in history and say, there it happened, there it happened, there it happened, and it's undeniable. And everything can be broken down into these very undeniable things, right? So if people are constantly saying the same talking point, like Jesus is Krishna, but they're not actually substantiating it with any evidence, or they're just posting ridiculous, ludicrous quotes that actually have no proof value whatsoever, well, you can conclude that they're incorrect. They're lying to themselves, which most people don't recognize that as lying because it's just denial. Is denial lying? Well, kind of lying to yourself. So because when you lie to yourself, some level of you always knows the truth. Some level of you always knows that when you die, you reincarnate over and 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 over until you get enlightenment. Ha ha ha. So really, you've already lost if you don't believe that. So you're going to get fucked over until you believe that. And then even when you believe that, it's going to be really hard because you're going to have to surmount all your bad karmas from not believing it. Yeah, so you are being ridiculous. You're basically proving my point of how this works. So
No,
a
but
person
I
who
don't
actually
understand.
has a
You
logical
said
perspective says,
no.
here's
Wait.
a fact, here's a fact, here's a fact, and builds it up, and then comes to a
No,
conclusion,
it doesn't.
rather
No,
than
no,
just
no.
repeating the same thing over and over and trying to. It's like you're trying to convince yourself. You're just repeating the
No,
same thing over and over, trying to
you
convince yourself
said
because you don't believe it. Because on
no.
some level, you know it's not true and you really wish it was true, but it's not. Don't bring us into your delusions, okay? We are not here to reflect your delusions. That's what I have. I'm
No.
not talking to you, Vincent, by the way. I'm talking to the chat who's saying
Oh.
Krishna. And it's honestly very insulting. Why do you say it? Because you wish it was true, but it's not. So just deal with it. Or deal with the bad karma of believing false things.
Did
Because
Jennifer
trust me,
just say Jewish is true? Jewish? Do you say you wish was true, or did she say Jewish is true?
how much weed did you just smoke, Doovid?
I just heard you say Jewish, but maybe you said you wish. Or maybe you wish is Jewish.
I did say you wish. Yeah, I was saying that when
You said
people just
Jewish?
repeat the same thing over and over and they don't argue with you, it's because they're confused and they don't really
What
believe
did
what
you
they're
hear,
saying.
Vince? Did you say
Wish was-
Jewish or Jewish? Or Jewish?
I said you wish. I didn't say Jewish. No.
Jewish?
You wish, David. You wish. Yeah, we were just talking about how, basically the difference between cherry picking anecdotes and wishful thinking versus an actually predictive hypothesis. Like it or not, guys, Doovid's multiple truth thing, that's a hypothesis. You might not agree with it, but it's worded as a hypothesis. That's really the only thing you can work with. You can't start with a narrative and cherry picked anecdotes because you're on extremely shaky ground, because all someone has to do is show you the statistics that contradict the validity of your anecdote. Anyway, did you have anything to say, Doovid? Been going for about 4 hours here.
Well, yeah, I mean, did you see the modern day debate on the Hare Krishnas versus the House Atheists? Vince?
No, I did not.
Yeah, so I mean, let's at least talk about that a little, and then maybe we call it a night, or if you want to keep talking or monologue, that's fine. But I did want to talk about that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a classic mistake. I think I sent you another blog. I don't know if you saw the article, but I think his name is Amit something. He wrote about how, quantum politics and how Vedanta actually is, very much predictive of such and such, but it's very cherry picked because the axioms of Vedanta are not the same as the Western science axioms. So there's basically no way to cherry pick between them, I don't think, that will actually be correct. So people have tried this many times, but I don't see any way for it to be workable because the axioms are different.
Yeah, so for a believer, like what Roger Perlman's trying to do for a believer in Judaism is very useful. It's like, I appreciate what he's trying to do because mentally I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm trying to synthesize the Torah, Mosaic, rabbinic tradition with science and philosophy and the best of the human tradition, and that may be a difficult task. So that someone's trying to do that with any tradition is noble and makes sense. These guys are kind of ISKCON devotees, preachers, and they actually probably are book distributors, so they're used to trying to sell people's books. And the approach I kind of refer to as card tricks, that they did more card tricks as opposed to a scientific explanation of the truth behind a tradition. In this case, was Krishna, the Puranas, and their basic argument is that because the Puranas made predictions that are in line with the current latest theories of evolution and the Big Bang more accurately, extremely accurately, that has some sort of conclusions. And therefore the conclusion is you should accept everything that this book says, or you take a little bit more seriously. And these guys are kind of like preachers, so these guys are the guys that literally stand on street corners. Did you know that like the date of the universe and the piranhas is within 0.01%, the same as what the Big Bang says, or the extinction, or something like that, which Doovid editions use forms of those arguments that I'm diminutively putting as basically like a card trick, because it's not a consistent, coherent worldview. It's just saying that because this ancient book correctly predicted something that modern theories say is accurate before we had the benefits of what the modern theories know, therefore this book has some sort of higher elevated significance, and we're going to take it more from there to like, therefore Krishna is factually God, and everything that it says in that book is 100% the word of God. Is like, no, I mean, you can't draw that conclusion from their argument, and so that's why I usually like the argument of consciousness, is saying that like consciousness, you have it right. You know that science can't explain it. What this phenomenon that you know that you have, that anybody could basically experience, and only very few people are going to say no, I do not have consciousness, and then to demonstrate to them that science cannot factually explain to you what this phenomenon of consciousness is, and then from there to deduce that God or the spiritual realm is the source of that consciousness, and then even possibly to say from there that there's some representative documentation of how these realms work that were revealed to man in the form of scripture, and with a whole package, it's like that, corroborative evidence that within the framework of saying these books correctly describe phenomenon that the material wisdoms can't describe, and made predictions and understandings in various levels, that I thought their overall framing and presentation was weak. And but like that they were out there and they presented the cosmology of the Vedas and argued, like I thought it was a commendable exercise. And it's more important to have these debates that had they came on Week in Review, or Siddharth and came on Week in Review, like he probably would have performed better in the debate.
I don't know. He'd probably need to do a tear down of his whole rhetorical strategy if he wanted to actually win these debates against atheists, because they were basically answering questions the whole time. If you want to win a debate
It's like
against
you wanted to
atheists,
sell. I mean, you got what
you
it's saying.
have
Like
to win
well, you got
by
what it's saying,
asking
like,
them questions over
you
and
wanted to
over
sell
and
them a
shut them
Bhagavad Gita.
down until they concede that you're right. You can't just answer their questions politely, because they'll dismiss you as some sort of freak.
I mean, you're agreeing that I'm saying like he was talking like he wanted to sell him a Bhagavad Gita, not like he wanted to win a debate.
Well, I think he was trying to appeal to science, because he thought
But
that
this was
they
the
would be
approach that he would have taken to sell someone a Bhagavad Gita, like not to win a debate.
I think he was trying to win a debate. I mean, he was on a debate channel, and I think the vector he was choosing was science. It was just a failed attempt because it was cherry-picked anecdotes rather than a working hypothesis that is superior to Western quote-unquote science. So he's coming from an indefensible position unless he attacks the atheist on his axioms, which he probably wouldn't know how to do or want to do. So
Yeah, or even
maybe
to frame it.
he didn't really care to win at any cost.
Well, even to frame it to say that these holy books describe a system that is more correct of reality than science, and that if a person wants a correct understanding of reality, that they could get a better, one of the best estimations of truth possible from these books. And that's why I say like he was trying to sell a Bhagavad Gita, because the guy's a book distributor. Like at the end of the day, all he has to do is to convince the guy to buy the Bhagavad Gita. He doesn't have to completely set up a consistent, coherent worldview. He just has to convince the person that there's enough value in the book that he's distributing that the guy takes the book. And and so his debate approach didn't think about framing the issue in a way that made sense, that he could have even won the debate in the first place. And I think that, the rebuttal, the guy kind of points that out right away, is that even if he concedes him all this point, all you did was say that because this book made a few correct predictions about times and dates, that then so what? And unfortunately, that was reality, the sum total of his argument. So he really didn't frame his argument well at all.
Well, what's the argument to frame? How would you
Well-
frame such an argument? You have to attack the axioms of the atheist if you want to have a chance at winning.
Well, and the title of the debate was Does Science Lead to Krishna?
Yeah.
And he really didn't even discuss science. He just said, the Puranas make a few correct predictions that are in line with the Big Bang and evolution, man. And it's saying, like, that's not science predicting Krishna. That's not science proving Krishna. That's the Puranas predicting a few dates correctly. And so he didn't even make an argument. Like, he made an argument that the Puranas predicted a few dates correctly. And it was supposed to be a presentation of does science prove Krishna? And if the only proof that he has that science proves Krishna is like the Puranas making a few dates correctly, like, no, that like he deserves to lose the debate. And if you're going to say, like, does science prove Krishna? You could use a sum totality of the Puranas making a few correct predictions, the wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita, the historical evidence, archaeologically, of Krishna and Vrindavan and the Battle of Kurukshetra, and the legends and the pilgrimage sites, and the fact that all of the places in Scripture where Krishna was, that there's pilgrimage sites that till today thousands of people go to every single day, and there's temples built upon, and the various totality of evidence from all the various disciplines of the hard and soft sciences that you could use to point towards Krishna. And all this guy did was a few correct predictions from the Puranas. That's the only one he argued.
Yeah, like if I was that atheist, I wouldn't have gone for the argument. And I think really just structurally where they lost was that they let that atheist guy get the upper hand, and he was basically interrogating them. So it was more or less like a scholastic instruction session than an actual debate, and set up a situation where the atheist could just dismiss it at the end with, well, it's just a few anecdotes and it doesn't prove anything, because the atheist is just as invested in their atheism as any theist. And if this guy really wanted to win that debate, he would have acknowledged that fact, and he would have attacked him on his axioms of atheism, which, as we all know, are stupid any way you frame it.
But in a simple point that I said the Puranas make a lot of predictions, and saying a few of them came true. That is not a scientific proof of Krishna, and that these guys presented just one of 100 different arguments that could have been presented for a scientific proof of Krishna. And so like it was an interesting presentation and debate on this one concept of the Puranic predictions of the age of the universe, or the unfolding of history. But it wasn't really a debate on whether the science could prove Krishna, and so either it just had a mistitle, or I mean, probably they wrote their book on this, so like it was really probably just a mistitle. Really, they wanted to come on and just talk about their book, and this is really their research and the totality of their research, and it was framed as a debate on can science prove Krishna, and it really should have just been framed as a debate on Puranic how accurate is Puranic cosmology.
Yeah, there's, I
And
mean,
they didn't even
many
really mention
stronger
Krishna.
arguments. There's a lot
They
of
mean
stronger
they really
arguments.
didn't even mention Krishna the whole talk either. Like
I don't
they-
know
I mean,
how would you make a scientific argument for Krishna?
well, I said the totality of convergence of evidence. One, to establish that there was a historical Krishna, like the historical Jesus, that Go to Vrindavan, go to Kurukshetra, and say, was there a historical Krishna or not? Did the Battle of Kurukshetra happen or not? Did the pastimes of Lord Krishna in Vrindavan happen or not? So India is full of these holy sites, and it's similar to the Bible. Did Abraham exist or not? And you could use a convergence of evidence, archaeological traditions, literature, DNA, what forensic, whatever is available to investigate what historically actually happened, to what was given over, like you say, the Bhagavad Gita was spoken. So you say, if Krishna, there was a historical Krishna, and we know that this historical Krishna spoke these words, an investigation of those words, of if there's any implications that could be drawn from the words of the Bhagavad Gita, as so to say that this is more than human literature. This is representative of received wisdom from a spiritual realm, unlike other human, like a human literature. And then there would be empirical personal evidence, like I pray to Krishna and it works, like I chant Hare Krishna and it works. Like you say that me and Siddharth were two people with very different karma. He was a student from India studying computer science at University of Michigan, and Doooovid was a Hasidic Jew from Metro Detroit, and he came from a different so to say Hindu sect and had a different guru, and we both had an interest at the same time, and we chanted Hare Krishna together and say, did it work or did it not? Like the purport of does chanting these mantras work or not? And so that could be taking a scientific approach, and then the system laid out, as to say the philosophical karmatic understanding laid out, is it accurate or not? Can you test it? And use the laws of karma, the systematic understanding of consciousness, cause and effect, mathematics, and all of these various things could be added up to a sum total argument that the evidence points scientifically that Krishna is representative of, from the ISKCON perspective, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And but I mean, and there's similar arguments that Muslims or Jews or Christians would use, and it would be a sum totality of evidence from all the various disciplines pointing towards the most likely thing being, in this case, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And even, just put it to you, just chant his name. All you need to
but
do,
nobody in the
all you
audience
need
is
to
going to
do
know
to
what
prove
that.
it is
Nobody in the
chant.
audience is going to know what that means. They're going to be stuck on Christ is Krishna. That's the level they're going to be stuck on. So they're going to be
Right, you
basically,
put it
like,
to
running
somebody
into
that
a
all you
wall
need to do
repeatedly.
is chant his name. That the answer's in front of you, just test it, just chant the Lord's name, Krishna, and that will be the proof in and of itself.
I don't see the scientist atheist taking that as an acceptable standard of evidence.
Well, it's because that's what the book prescribes. So it's saying that's what
Well,
Krishna.
exactly. You can't invoke your own axioms as proof. You have to go outside your own axioms to win a debate, which is what they tried to do. They tried to say it coincides with science, but they didn't
Yeah,
succeed.
so the scientist is going to say, I'm going to try to scientifically investigate the claim of whether Krishna is God or not without actually following the dictate of what, so say God commanded. So, God says, chant the name of Krishna. You say, well, I'll try everything but that. You say, we'll look at the archaeological record and we'll investigate the historical Krishna, we'll even look at the system of consciousness and whether that's more predictive than other models of the system of consciousness. But no, I will not try chanting the name of Krishna. Don't be ridiculous. I'm a scientist.
Right. What will prove in time that those who didn't chant the name of Krishna are actually shit tier scientists who don't know their ass from a hole in the ground, can't prove fuck all, and get demolished by a girl in every debate. So that'll be a lot of fun.
But I mean, Vince wouldn't. I mean, Vince would try chanting the name Krishna, right? Like,
I don't
he
think
wouldn't have
Vince
any-
would take that position. We're talking about the debate. We're not talking about Vince here. We're talking about those debaters. I mean, Vince is not taking either of those positions. So he's probably taking a position more similar.
But even those guys probably would have. If
what is
Siddharth had asked them to chant the name of Krishna, they probably would have.
Purana
So it's like,
guys.
he took a weak approach. So even to Siddharth had been like, just, all you have to do is try it, test it, just chant the name of the Lord, and see what effect it has on you. And so if T-Jump had said, no, I refuse, I will not even say the name Krishna. And the scripture itself says that even if someone says the name of the Lord in mistake, that the person could be delivered, right? Vince, right? The Narayana story. You don't know the Narayana, the evil, the Brahmin that became evil, maybe because he saw a lewd woman, kissing, and then slowly he became like one of the most degenerate people. And as he was dying, he calls to his son Narayana. Even though he wasn't calling to God, he was calling to his son that was named Narayana, but that was enough that he was delivered from his bad karma, because anybody who calls the name of the Lord, even by accident.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, a lot of people talk about that. I mean, I don't think that's the most lovely teaching I've ever heard, to be honest with you.
But even you're familiar with that story, well familiar.
Well,
every
yeah,
Hindu
no,
knows that
I know.
story.
Yeah, there's another story like that where there was a prostitute who had a parrot named Vishnu, and she gained whatever moksha or whatever she got because she was always saying Vishnu, to her parrot. So, yeah, I know that the teachings often say that just by. I mean, I think there's something to it. I do think there's something to it, but I think you need more than that. I
But he
mean,
didn't even mention that. Like,
I
saying
know.
like if you're going to scientifically, that's what's mentioned in the scripture itself. Let alone to talk about the worldview or harmony, maybe between nature and the environment. That the system in the Vedas for thousands of years still produces a better harmonic society between man and nature than all the West has come on up with the Enlightenment and all of science, or all of these various angles besides like a few correct dates the Puranas predicted.
Well, I think the safest avenue to go down, which is the one that I go down, is that there are a lot of different streams in Hinduism, and I think that there's a lot of contradiction, there's a lot of overlap, there's a lot where one discusses things that the other doesn't, and that you have to kind of you have to go through them and take out what's best from all of them, because I think that if you just go down one stream and you follow it, you're not going to have a complete
Well, there's a lot.
view.
You agree? There's a lot of reasons for a Hindu to be like, I'm a proud Hindu. I'm not embarrassed of what I believe. That logic, in fact, supports and dictates the majority of my beliefs.
Well, yes, but I don't think that
And
you
even your
can.
average Hindu, like you could talk with him, like your average Indian, even if like actually could have an intelligent conversation on these type subjects.
Well, I think it's in some places in Hinduism you can make that assertion. There's certain areas of philosophy where you can say that it goes with science, but I don't think everything in Hinduism can be explained through science, and I think that it's a bad idea to say that, I always see this on Facebook. What's the science behind this ritual? What's the science behind that ritual? And it's kind of like a lot of it, it's not science. I
Well,
mean,
maybe you just don't understand the science of it.
no, I don't
How
think
do you know?
I don't know I don't believe that
So if
every
you don't
single
know
lab.
everything literally, how do you know if it's scientific or not? Maybe you just don't understand the science of it, and more accurately, the technology of it.
So are you saying that every single practice in Hinduism is based on science?
Veda is the root of all knowledge, and that includes science.
I know, but are
And
you
if you
saying
had the
that
humility required to undertake these learnings, you'd already have accepted that, and you wouldn't be on these silly little LARPs down these useless rabbit holes.
Wait, but you're the one.
Looking at
Wait,
it
you're
as
the
a
one.
nether
You're the
realm.
one who you reject piranhas. So are you saying that
I
everything
never
the
said I
piranhas?
rejected the piranhas. There's good stuff in the piranhas, but it's not
Okay.
authoritative
Do you
because
think
only
that?
the 4 Vedas were revealed to the 7 rishis. Okay, that's the story. I'm
Okay,
not going
but
to change the
do you
story.
believe everything in piranhas is science?
I believe that Vedas, what do you mean by science?
Well, all those rituals and things in there, you think
Okay,
that's all
you're circular
science?
reasoning here. You're saying, are the
No.
rituals science? And then you're saying, well, and I'm saying, what's science? And you're saying the rituals. No, what's your actual objective, intersubjective definition of science so that I may validate whether the statement is
Well, I
true?
mean, generally the dictionary definition of science. You know
So
what I
the
mean?
Occidental definition of science. So materialist reductionism.
Well, but that's what they try to say it is. I mean,
Materialist
no, but
reductionism is not accurate.
no, but Hindus try to say
Science is
that
a philosophical method which goes
Hindus
beyond mere
Hindus try to say
reductionism.
that every single last thing that they do is legitimized by Occidental science, by reductionist materialism. That's what they're saying.
They're saying that Occidental science is incorrect because it's reductive materialism, which is false, which makes pretty
No,
much
that's
all
not what
the
they're
axioms of
saying.
Western science incorrect and
That's
correct
not,
only in their results through brute force.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Hindus when they say that materialistic reductionist science validates what our beliefs say. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't believe that's true in every
It really
single.
depends on how far materialist science is beat down into the corner to being forced to accept entangled photonics, which is consciousness. Because if you're invoking consciousness, then you can have the ahimsa principle, which comes about as a consequence of the unitary root of suffering axiom. Right? So
Well,
it really depends where you draw the line.
I don't necessarily see how that comes
Because
to me. And
how much you can argue with vis-a-vis materialist reductionism depends on which axioms within materialist reductionism you accept, and it's
no,
not
they're not
clear.
arguing it. They're not arguing it. They're saying that they're one and the same. They're saying that reductionist materialism is correct and it is validating what our rituals are about. That's what they're saying.
Well, I need to see exactly the quote that you're saying, but I mean,
No, that's the general idea of when,
materialist reductionism wouldn't even be considered Vedic because it's wrong. Its axioms are wrong. It would be considered extra Vedic.
I know, but they're obviously elevating it because they're saying that it confirms the Vedas.
Well, they're trying to virtue signal to what they believe is the primary value of Westerners.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. When they do that, I think that that's not a very good idea. That's
Well,
what
then
I
you need to
said.
figure out a way to explain it to them in their own coordinates why it's wrong. So you're going to need to you're going to need to transcend why they're wrong and come in and explain to them why they're wrong. And if you failed, it's because you don't have good enough communication because you don't really understand why they're wrong. Because you don't, I mean, if you don't understand what's right, how the hell are you going to correct other people when they're wrong? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but why are you right?
I think that there's certain levels. Look, if that Blackburn woman that said the Earth was going to be ruled by 11 queens from Hollywood, if she told me that was backed up by science,
can we please stop with this? I don't know why you have to keep invoking this anecdote. Can we just stick on one subject? We're talking about piranhas and whether they're validated by materialist science. Now you're invoking this other woman. Please stay on topic.
There's no difference between her telling me that her rituals were science.
Do not try to argue with me that you can make an equivocation between these things, as I do not accept that you can. Please stay on the subject here.
Okay, but you're the one who
you heard what I said.
So you think that every tribalistic element of Hinduism is based on materialistic science?
No.
They're saying
I never said that.
A Hindu, average typical Hindu, can be proud that there's logic and reason behind being a Hindu. That is saying that despite possibly a lot of
in a lot of places
things that are might appear ridiculous, that there's a lot of a basic theology and system and rituals that provide a meaningful life and has logic and reason behind it. And you're saying like, no, that isn't parallel to this Blackburn example.
A lot of
Hinduism is a natural outgrowth of even from evolutionary terms of a people in a territory in a land over a long period of time. It isn't, just what some wacko tried to convince a bunch of people. It's a system
No,
of
but
growth that
but
a
there's
certain
bizarre
people
things
in a
in
certain land
Hinduism.
develop over countless generations.
No, I don't
It's a
like this when people,
tradition.
I don't like this when people pretend that there's absolutely nothing bizarre going on inside
Of course,
Hinduism.
there's bizarre things going on, but I'm saying there's
I know,
always
but it seems that
comparisons between.
when they're doing it, it seems that when these people are doing tribalistic practices that we're
So
allowed to
you're
say
saying
are
Blackburn's just another sect of Hinduism. That's what you're
no, that's
saying.
not what I'm saying. I'm
She's
saying
just
that
another tribe
I'm
branch of
saying
Hinduism,
that there are
only
things in
slightly different from others.
No, I'm saying that there's things in Hinduism, not there are ideas that can be found within the Hindu fold that are insane, and those same people will tell us that it's based in science.
I mean, what if it turned out that you looked into it more and like Blackburn chanted special invocation prayers to Kali or to some other
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
deity,
It
and
wouldn't
then you
matter.
say, oh,
I don't.
maybe does that scientifically
It's
like,
the
oh,
same
there's
thing. It's the same thing when they try to pretend that Ayurveda is 1000% applicable to Western science. No, it's
It is.
not.
It
No,
is.
it's not.
Absolutely. How the hell would you know unless you transcended Ayurveda, which you do not?
It doesn't have the same effects. It can't do everything that allopathic medicine can do. It doesn't.
Well, I mean, do you believe into the
They
science of
literally
mantra?
invented surgery, dude.
I know, but there's things that there's certain herbs that are recommended for certain things that it just doesn't
Is
really.
it possible that Blackburn was an average woman with no special abilities? That, I'm not talking like Wonder Woman 1984, but I'm talking about mantra that somehow got a hold of certain mantras that allowed her to do certain things. And that's the explanation, that's simple. Somehow she got these mantras, she used them, and that's what happened.
Okay, I'm not denying there are things in Hinduism that I believe probably can be scientific like mantras, but at the same time there are things in Hinduism that are just batshit crazy, or there's ideas
Or
that
maybe
you
you
could
just don't understand the correct interpretation, or they're from a degenerate sect.
That's what
Degeneracy does happen. If you had read Satyarth Prakash, you'd already be well versed in all the degeneracies that were going on back then, but you didn't read it because you've already decided that Dayananda, for whatever reason, was too much of a stickler. Do you actually care about being right in your debates, Vincent?
I'm saying that there are plenty of quote unquote degenerate practices in Hinduism, and plenty of Hindus claim that those degenerate practices are based in science, and I say that that's bullshit.
Okay, and the only way to actually prove it is with science. And Occidental science isn't going to get you there because their axioms are wrong.
Well,
okay, but you're just not going to.
It's phrasing in a false way, saying based on science. You're saying that the practices are based on truth, and the scientific method now, that is another way of, so to say, pointing and figuring out towards truth, should, if Hinduism is true, come to prove Vedic rituals, or if the scientific method demonstrates that no, there's not meaning, there's not benefit from these practices, that you say it's degenerate. You might be able to give an evolutionary historical, like, as opposed to Blackburn, like, oh, this woman tricked people. If you're saying like, oh, a Hindu practice that large amounts of people have been practicing in large territories over large amounts of time, you're gonna have to come up with some sort of explanation for how these practices came to being. And it might be similar. You could use like, oh, there was someone like Blackburn and they did it and it worked and it took on. Now there's hundreds of millions of people doing it. But you're like, no, generally anthropology is going to try to come up with a better explanation than just that.
Well, no, I think that there's plenty of people within the Hindu field, plenty of cult leaders that come up with things that are just as deranged as what Blackburn came up with. And, they all claim that it's based on science too. So, I mean, it's just
We're saying based on science, meaning that they don't claim that like their guru had like a whiteboard out and was like writing an equation, doing scientific experiments. They claim that their guru or the scripture is true and is based on truth, and therefore there's no contradiction with any science because that's the truth. But I don't think, you're not really saying that the scripture is not based on science, it's based on God. And they're not claiming that like the guru is a great scientist. They're claiming that the guru has some spiritual power connected to God, and therefore there's not going to be any problem with science. Either the guru could overpower science or the guru is in line with science. I don't know what you mean saying it's
No,
based
but
on science.
science can't.
No
Science
one
can't
claims
be.
that this.
No,
No one
they
claims
tr-
the
they-
Vedas based on science.
No,
The
they say
Vedas
that
are based
science
on God.
validates. Science validates what they're doing. That it's validated by science on the principles that make science possible. I think that it's the Vedas ultimately. What the Vedas ultimately say is, we ultimately probably can't know, but here's a bunch of things that we can observe. We basically, what they say is that what we can see is that there's laws in the universe, and this is how the laws act, and or this is at least how we believe that they act, and here's our ideas about how they got that way and why they act that way. And that's what makes science possible, and that's what I think that Hinduism says. Hinduism says we don't really know, but here's what we can observe. We can make these guesses, we can go through this, we can look at observations, and we can kind of try to philosophically put something together that makes the most sense according to science, or it happens to the
Well, I said
better.
the scientific, the anthropological expression I've said many times is descriptive, not prescriptive. So presumably, scientifically, over generations, through various reasons like selection, mating selection, climate, group conflict, competition, that groups choose certain patterns in order to organize and give meaning to people's life, and the religions eventually come to describe what people are doing. So in order to come together, people gathered around a ritual, and over a certain period of time, through various evolutionary mechanisms anthropologically, people agreed and centered around this ritual. And then later religion indoctrinates by describing what people already are doing in some sort of your religious myth. And then you have today the practices and beliefs of the people and the books and the cosmologies that explain it. But it's not haphazard, like some crazy person convinced a bunch of people that saying, anthropologically there was a process of adaptation, and people need rituals and meaning to gather around. And generally the rituals and meaning that we gather around are technically arbitrary, somewhat.
I know, but don't tell me, don't come to me. I like all that, and I'm into all that, and I might even believe that there's science behind it, or that they're equatable or whatever, but I'm not going to go out to the world and tell them science proves Hinduism. Like, that would be very disingenuous, because it doesn't. I mean, or at
Well,
least
isn't it just as disingenuous to tell these Hindus that they're wrong when you're not really an expert on science and really have no way of validating whether
No,
they're
but
right or wrong?
I know
But-
enough about Western science.
No, you
But
don't.
validating
That's
is the
the thing. Western
important.
science isn't science,
Well,
Vincent.
then let me just say this, and then
Okay, but your
validating
science.
is
Wait,
the important word.
Jennifer.
My
Western-
science blows
West-
the fuck out of every fucking Western science. I win
No.
every debate against Western
No,
scientists.
Western-
Their heads are
Western-
spinning so fast they can't even follow what I'm saying, and I'm dominating nonstop.
No, but you can't make any predictions for me like Western science. You can't predict
Please,
anything.
Vincent. I predicted the fucking planet. Okay, we went through the hypothesis of the formation of the
No, but
atmosphere.
science can make a prediction.
And you want
right
to
in front
say
of me.
that's not predictive? It's like you're just not thinking about it. You're
No,
being
you're-
disingenuous.
You didn't predict the creation of the planet. How could you prove to me you predicted it? You can't prove that.
That's
to me.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying I give a model that predicts how things
Okay,
are formed.
what-
So you
what
don't even
can
know
you-
what
what
I'm
can
saying,
you-
and you're like, "Well, I know about science enough to say that science isn't really true for this." It's like, no, you don't. Like, honestly, how
why-
dare you? Why are you
Okay.
attacking Hindus? It's like, are you actually on
I'm
the
not
Hindu
attacking
side,
Hin-
Vincent?
I'm-
Because what you're saying right now makes me think that you're not.
He's like a self-hating Hindu.
Yeah,
No, I'm not a
exactly. He's already gone to, he's
No.
still Christian underneath it. Also, he hates himself, and now he's bringing the
No, that's
self-hatred into
bullshit.
Hinduism.
No, but your science cannot predict anything for me.
Again, an assertion with no evidentiary basis that if
What
you
can it
actually read
predict?
what I
Tell me-
wrote, you know you sound ridiculous right now because my
What
theory
can you
does make
predict?
predictions. It makes better predictions in Western science. It can predict the redshifting. Nothing else can do that. My theory is tight on redshifting. It doesn't violate special relativity. It's tight. You don't know what it is, but you're sure that it couldn't possibly be.
Yeah, well, but that's different than Veda. We're talking about Veda, not your specific theory. I mean,
Okay, so should we wrap it up here, or you guys want to go at it a little more?
No, I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, so we appreciate you coming on, and I think it was, check it out if you have time. The modern day debates, and it's not great content, but it's better content. It's a step in the right direction. It could have been a lot better, but I'm definitely glad it happened, and hope it's a springboard towards a lot more and better content than a failed attempt at something. Because relatively, if the debate was how accurate are Puranic predictions of inline, it would have been a good debate. It was framed in a way that they didn't debate the topic that it was written as, but thanks for talking about Hinduism with us, Vince.
Okay.
Always enlightening. Jennifer, I guess tomorrow we got in Jerusalem. I looked on the webpage, I couldn't see the event, but some specialist on autism is speaking in Jerusalem, and hopefully it's going to be live. So anyone, Facebook or Twitter, hopefully we'll post it, but it'll be on the Root and Branch page. He said tomorrow, right? They have a live event tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I think that the stream has already been set up or scheduled on the YouTube channel. Do you remember the actual name of the channel?
The Root and Branch Association.
All one
And
word?
yeah, and I put it the link in the chat, and I say I didn't see the scheduled event, or they might not have had the setting.
Oh, I thought I saw it there earlier. But yeah, if people want to check it out and sub to that channel, Doovid and I will be around on the first stream that'll be happening. Do you remember what time? I sorry, I forget exactly what time it's at.
It's 8:30 Jerusalem time, which is 1:30 Eastern time, and so it should be the first experiment in live. So I spoke, and I posted that me and Jennifer participated in quite a few of these. I've been participating basically all of them, and I told them you guys should do it live, and I volunteered Jennifer's help, and she helped them, and so hopefully tomorrow it's going to be live. So anybody who's around 1:30 YouTube could check that out. It'll basically be like a 45-minute lecture on some topic by an expert, and then discussion, question and answer. So it's kind of topical and personal, and it's pretty long, whereas one person who talks for definitely over 30 minutes. But I think it's a good break for me and Jennifer, and so hopefully that's worked out, and I'll be a part of a Monday and Wednesday podcast in Jerusalem, and Jennifer is probably welcome also. Though I wouldn't be surprised if she only appears on a few of them, ones that topics interest her, that she may not want to show up every Monday and Wednesday, but we'll see what happens.
I like to be of service, so if there's a topic that I can comment on, there are some topics that get discussed that I just don't know anything about, so I kind of feel out of place. But this is the people that hosted Roseanne Barr. For those of you who are curious to check it out, I think a lot of their guests have been pretty interesting. There was the other gentleman who was talking about physics that we sat in on last time, so I'm looking forward to this one. Not sure what they're going to talk about, but autism is certainly interesting to study, so I'm looking forward to that.
It'd be a good network that we'll be able to, Roger, to book him on, to help people in their career and build, the prestige of the Church of Entropy or Doooovid. You're just saying that yeah, we could book you on multiple major shows all over the world, or something like that. So it's a relative sign of good karma and tiding, and building up networks, and so it's be educated by experts in other fields, and it's to increase our credibility and prestige for experts to talk to us, that we have networks to let them in on. And actually, if you look on the Root and Branch, there's some pretty impressive names. I said, like, pretty some pretty mainstream impressive names that it's been going on 25 years now. So there's been hundreds of people that have spoken there over the years. And so if me and Jennifer could be the ones that take them digital, or doing it to be noticed, but I think that's generally how karma works.
Sounds great. Really appreciate it, and look forward to the next show, which will be
Okay,
very
I'll
short.
sign off if you want a monologue or anything.
Thanks for joining, Doovid. It was a great show. Yeah, so thanks everyone for tuning in. Nice to see you. Looks like the chat's died down. I guess most people are going to bed. So thank you so much for tuning in to the end, those of you that did. And we'll see you again next Sunday, if not sooner. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless
Getting a little tired.
opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like, we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?